Alright, since this is gonna be marking quite an important change in my programming or the engine, I want to record this. I'll be adding just some simple stuff. I marked it as like grass and flowers. So it's literally that. And just see how it's gonna look like at first. But before I can actually add an actual grass, I do want a grass block. We might need to borrow a little bit. Something like this, right? And the top layer too. Top layer usually is very awkward and not green at all. While this is also separate, and it's just ridiculously awkward, I would say. To the point where this doesn't even exist. Only the dirt block exists and those two other pieces. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna actually take a little bit of dirt block, not gonna take the entire dirt block. It doesn't even matter how much I want just a small snippet. It doesn't even matter whether it's a fucking square or not. Doesn't matter the size. Oh, I guess I can do that. Who would have thought Jimp is gonna fucking jump on me? Something I've never seen before. What a stupid Jimp. I don't need that function. What the f... Why is it lagging? I didn't run anything. The Jimp... Did you just fucked it up? What the hell, Jimp? Jimp can't fucking render shit like I can. Fuck you, stupid Jimp. Ridiculous. I will not use Jimp anymore. That's what happens. No, obviously this works, but the moment I apply an angle, it breaks. How do I fucking... Fuck you, Jimp. Can't handle a fucking angle. Ridiculous. Alright, let's just grab some grass. It should probably be something like this. Right? So, well, a piece that's a little bit lighter. Take this. Paste it here. That's a small piece. Now, we do have to remove this garbage out of the way before I paste this. Alright, so, yeah, this is gonna be an interesting episode. And again, it doesn't have to match. Nothing has to match. Nothing has to follow rules anymore. It's the most beautiful thing in the world. It's Minecraft. Nothing follows rules. Not even 9-year-olds. Stupid 9. You know how many people are stronger and smarter than you? While you being a 9-year-old? Can you even imagine? Everyone. Even the cat is fucking stronger than you. Anyways, that's how cats grow. They grow faster than babies. It's crazy. Alright. We're gonna have the grass block. I'm not sure how much I'm just fucking around with this. But I do want the grass block, right? I do want it. And it's potentially a double block. There's a grass block like this that has this thing on the side, this thing. Now, something might have to match a little bit, but not really, right? We're just gonna make this like a half block, and that's gonna be on top, just pure grass on top. Half block, slightly bigger than the actual block, and then it's gonna contain the grass. And then there are gonna be dirt blocks, and you can just remove the grass pretty much from the block as well. yeah, it is what it is. So we're gonna do that. We can also borrow a little bit of grass too, if in case I don't actually like mine. So we can take a piece of grass, maybe not necessarily a piece of flower though, because actually those flowers look terrifying. Bad, basically. Very bad. So I'll just keep it as it is. But the grass can actually be a little bit more sophisticated. So I'll just borrow this thing real fast. It's pretty big though. We can always add another thing in here. And it's worthwhile showcasing how it all comes together. How it's not that difficult at all. You do have to mark, however, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15. Certain IDs you have to mark, so you don't forget where's what. And yeah, you have some free space for that. Alright. So I can test different iterations of grass, or I can just use different iterations of grass. This is still a little bit too big. I'm gonna go with this maybe. Still pretty big. It's gonna take an entire block. Let's remove this little piece. And here we go. We don't even have to crop anything. It's just grass, just like that. We could even split, but like right now the functionality is not about the texture if I split. It's about how I organize objects. And objects don't have a lot of properties yet. Like, I don't even have the property where I can cross-plane two things like that and pretend that it's a fucking flower or something. And I'm not going to. What I'm going to do, I'm going to use exactly the same thing where I extruded the pixels out, and I'm gonna use this on grass basically, and it's gonna be randomly rotated, but it might actually look pretty good if while not being a plane. So 3 things, right? We need to do the grass, do the flower thingy. Flower is gonna look awkward with all this stuff, but we're gonna slightly shade this. I guess we can pick a color for these things. But most importantly, there's third block and there's the grass half block on top. Let's figure this one out. Alright, so the first move to make is to... When there are 2 textures attached, you can create a property to link those textures. Kind of. Right? So you have the top texture and then you're like, okay, what is the sides texture gonna look like? Because it should be different. And you can have a bottom texture too. In which case we're not gonna use the bottom. Or we can just create a dummy texture. Kind of indicating that we're not using the bottom. Unless we're super desperate. It's going to be an empty texture or something. So that's how we can handle that. Because most of the time you're going to have top and bottom and everything. So we're gonna link these three textures into a simple block. Alright, so pretty much have the grass. It's not that difficult at all. I would just need a dirt block or whatever. So let's do that. I will do dirt and stone. Put them accordingly. See how that looks like. Now, obviously, I have to combine the grass block with the dirt. Not sure what's going on there. And why not everything is covered with grass as well? I can't quite tell. Oh, yeah, that's... I think that's reasonable. I think I know what's going on. It's not that specific height doesn't work. But everything is like super connected anyways. So the height is kind of connected to whether it's gonna be grass or not. I used the same random generator. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, potentially can actually add a texture if I don't hit anything on the first hit. I can have like a secondary texture hidden. That would be pretty interesting. Layered textures. For no reason. So I have less objects, that's why. Also, layered textures would mean that I can make ores. Just simple layers, right? Just take those out, apply as a layer, and if I miss the ore, I just draw the stone instead. That's very simple. There's a simple reason, however, why the method is not going to work. These textures have to be connected in order to create a texture, meaning that all these different ores, they would have to be connected to stone one way or the other. And replicated stone texture is not a way to go. So I'm just not going to do it. I'm just going to use this as a separate object. Grass is a separate object. I mean, the real magic is going to start happening when I know how to stitch objects together or something. But even that's not exactly magical, because I'm pretty sure I won't be able to have more than 1 million objects at any given time. Maybe I can stretch that number magical ways and shit, but it's just not happening. So, that's gonna be our main limitation. Not much else. The main limitation is how many objects. The memory is the limitation, pretty much, and reading memory. It's just the stupidest thing, honest. This is really good. There's no way, man. It looks terrible with all the black stuff that pops up, no matter how close you get. For some reason, you know. Things are so optimized that no matter how close you get, you actually get the same shit. That's optimization. That's right there, optimization, if things are consistent. And we're talking about 2 boxes stitched together as well. In one place. There's a bunch of objects very, very close up on the surface. If I go here, it's not as bad. No, it's still pretty bad. Not sure what's going on with all these gaps thing. It is what it is. It's 15 FPS for a ridiculous rendering distance. And really good one too. Right? We're talking about full, pretty much every single pixel exact. Until, here maybe? Until the corner of this. Let's fucking calculate what we are rendering here. Literally every single block. But no, we have 200, I mean, what is it? 4, no, nope, I don't know. I don't know what that is. It's 16 by 16, right? Yeah. So that's how many chunks we have. We have 256 chunks. That is something. But it's 16 by 16 pretty much. Most importantly. And these chunks are extendable I can turn one object into a chunk if I try really hard. It's a lot of work to do that. One object into a chunk. But I still can't make an extruded object into a chunk. Because extruded object can be, in fact, textured separately, right? You can pick one fucking block right there, and it would turn into a block if you just texture it, right? And this is extruded, but you can use all kinds of stuff to manipulate extrusion and hit in various ways. This is what we get. The reason why we get such a consistent black, non-rendering output wait a second until racism fucking blows over, because there's always a cloud of racism when you say black. At least it's not racism when I say Rebecca Black, so I have to keep repeating her name for no specific reason, which I just explained, you know. No extra reason, though. Yeah, but it looks so fucking cool and fancy, even though it's just, you know, these blocks are just lifted up. Also, they look weird, super cool, too, the way they're lifted up. And at some point, you just cut off, and you get stone left. And that's how I do all the mountains and things. They're accidental. Completely accidental. There's just a level where just everything cuts off. It's so cute, though. It's amazing that I can just do grass and flowers like that. That's what I was waiting for to do. But the biggest challenge is obviously going to be this flickering. It's pretty bad. The lag is pretty bad. There's plenty of time optimizations to do. And I don't give a fuck about any of them. Because it's so cool, man. I will run around forever. Destroying shit. Eventually. Because destroying shit is the cheapest thing ever. That's the cheapest thing. Actually, it's the expensive thing now. Because back in the day, I was ray tracing everything. Now, I still ray trace everything. It's just I can't actually pick up objects anymore. I cannot find objects. I'm literally blind otherwise. You can imagine that is problematic as fuck. Eventually. Like, even just calculating physics is so fucking painful. Because of how blind I am to where the blocks are anymore. Yes, I can organize them for the camera specifically. Literally specifically for the camera, I organize all the objects. So I would have to also organize things for everything else. For everything else interacting and creating bounding boxes. The reality is, this is where I can stop, you know, and start making games. I can already make games. I just need maybe to squeeze a little bit more FPS. This is still 1K resolution, so it's trash. Considerably trash. But you don't even see the difference anyways. You wouldn't fucking see the difference if it's 1K or not. Or it's 2K. This is 2K. I can't show you the difference. Because everything's black now. It doesn't render. Yeah, that's the craziest thing, dude, about racism, man. They attacked a color. Out of nowhere. Well, you cannot say the N-word, but you can see the color, though. Because Black Lives Matter. Okay, thank you. They matter so much that it's everywhere right now. How much they matter. I need to turn this into blue or something. Terrifying. But it looks so fucking good, man. Everything just works, right? All just works now. It's all Skyrim now, guys. All I need to do is just create a... See how quickly I can render terrain, basically. Because I can render terrain pretty fast, right? But what if I just need to move forward? Right? Just need to move forward and just follow the player, pretty much. All I have to do is just remove these blocks and add them there accordingly to the plan. So it would actually potentially be super duper fast. I just don't know. Because like, I need like max FPS to actually see how fast that is. Like 60 FPS to see how fast that is. Because it seems like every second I can do this. That's not fast at all. It's fucking garbage. But it, you know, like, it's basically normal Minecraft speeds, man. I fucking hate it. But, I got nothing better, man. It's terrible to me. It's terrible. I should have just bought Earth. Well, there's one thing we don't know about this engine. And what this thing can do. We just don't know it yet. You think you know, but you don't. Because the way that I generated all of this stuff is through very easy means, right? Maybe this is not supposed to play your stupid Minecraft game. Or it's not supposed to play Minecraft in the way that you think it's supposed to play Minecraft. Where everything is made out of blocks or something. You know, you can't tell what's gonna happen. Especially when one of the most inviting things for me to do, one of the biggest changes that I could do, is turn every single thing here into a stripe that goes from the bottom to the top. A huge stripe of just resources. But yeah, it would make caves a lot more difficult if I break the stripe into 2 stripes. All of a sudden, that's annoying. But yeah, the blocks probably meant to be this way, right? Just different size, but meant to be this. Weird different sizes of blocks as well, based on the size of terrain. So it does look kind of smooth on the top, kind of hill feeling. It would give off the hill feeling. It could be even better once if I put the same amount of blocks basically and I just shrink them down or up the way I want. There's a lot of weird things that I have to think about still and just slowly progress. There's no definite point when I will stop optimizing because there's also another thing wherein we are ray tracing, right? And it's so good. Like, it's so good right now because of what I did. To just exactly pick where the object is. It's the most obvious thing to do. It might not exactly pinpoint where the pixels are. So it might not actually hit everything that it needs to do. And this is annoying though. Why would that be so much black garbage? Yeah, that's the craziest thing about racism, isn't it? You associate something with a color, it's game over, dude. It's game over. But there is no easy solution. And if you think about racism for too long, you're just gonna forget about all the other problems that you have. And I would just say this is like Aliens can figure out racism better than we do. Aliens can do it. Don't worry about it. We should just not worry about it. Yeah, for how long will I fucking fly around this thing? And again, yeah, you have to note that these are spinning blocks. It's not your typical fucking Minecraft bullshit. Okay. Every single thing is an object. Every single thing I can just pick up and fucking throw somewhere. And it probably can land with decent physics as well. Just pick up, fuck you, dude. Pick up grass. Toss it aside. It's almost like, this many amount of zombies or something. You know, running around in one place. But I can use it for anything. Blocks, items, stuff. And then there's 1 million object amount of data I'm handling at once. It's all terrible right now. It's all terrible because there's probably better ways to do the same thing, right? We have been doing polygon rendering like crazy. This is still polygon rendering, by the way. I did not escape that. We have been doing that for crazy for quite a while. Now, the most powerful thing about ray tracing that I don't have under my belt is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence pretty much deciding what factors work and what factors don't work. That's what I need right now. Because it would optimize... You know, I have a resource of frames per second, and it would optimize spending for the frames I get. I want to get 60, obviously. So how do I optimize? To not get this flickering bullshit. Right? If something is flickering or something is blacked out. Blacked out is a nice word, though. Blacked out, if it's blacked out, then it's not rendering. It's cool. So, but I'm still new to artificial intelligence. I haven't used it before. I just know it's there and it's not that difficult to actually do. You just pretty much create some kind of heat map of all the resources, how they get distributed. A heat map of like, no. It's almost like, you know, like you take the world itself and you split it into different groups. Alright. Let me show you guys. This is pretty cool. So artificial intelligence would do this, like split like I do. Every single time. Split groups based on 2 categories right now. That's it. That's it. It's literally the same thing. 1 second though. This would be 1 1 1 0 0. No. 0 0. Nope. Here's how it goes. Kind of anti-clockwise here. Awkward. Anyways, so there you can split into 2 resources. You can split into 3 resources. Then you need 8. It's just a bitmap basically, but the way you organize it is what matters, right? Because you have to split this thing into 2 subgroups. Normally you would split like this, and that's your map. And if you want to split again, you have to split everything into 2 again. How do you do it and organize it? And everything is auto-organized. It's so annoying though. Fucking hell. It's like, oh, hi God, again. Artificial intelligence, singularity. Think about all those powerful things that will obliterate your mind. Normally, yeah, you would split into 4 again. This is how you build a map. You would keep splitting like this instead. Now, what does that mean, right? That means if you zoom in, you see exact same copy, and you read it as a whole, right? Read it as a whole. 1 second. Twice. This would be 6 bits by now. This would be 010001, because it's here and then here. So all of a sudden it's pretty complicated. It's now 6 bits stacked together. It defines 6 resources, but it could also define like a medium, right? Switch on and off the medium, something like that. It's complicated now, but you can just say it's 6 resources which turn on and off. Pretty much try to hit the highest amount or try to hit the lowest amount, something like that as well. So when we're talking about artificial intelligence, it would spread out all across this map somewhere. And again, the density means how many resources we're using, how deep we want to go in turning things on and off. That's cool. It's also a fractal too, the most easiest fractal ever. For me personally. But let's see it this way, right? So let's say what is an artificial intelligence game? That's the easiest thing to understand. Can we do Tetris artificial intelligence? I don't know. Because Tetris is a little bit too straightforward, right? No one likes Tetris. Especially the intelligence. Intelligence probably reads all these things. And what it does, it figures out what is the best thing to do in this given situation. And most of the time it's gonna ignore this stuff. Unless it's super fucking smart. So maybe we dedicate one episode learning artificial intelligence. A little bit. Because if we scratch the surface, we can get something juicy out of it. I have seen Minecraft ray traced now. And it's now a common thing in a way. Because PewDiePie plays ray trace bullshit. But at the same time, anyone who does ray tracing video, they promote it. And it's like, hey, give money to these people. They made it, you know? Oh, that's very encouraging, dude. So me, can't make it. These guys made it and they fucking get all the money fucking from everywhere. They're like, it's the greatest magnet of all time. That's that fucking Illuminati triangle we have been talking about this whole time. It's that sucker of power. That fucking assholes. You have to reach a certain limit where like, oh my god, everyone is so obsessed about this shit. You know? That is fucking stupid, dude. When do I get to shine? You know, when do I get to even tap into this fucking bullshit industry as well? You know, because this is an industry too. So potentially, I have my own spike, my own fucking stupid illumination process right there, dude. And I also want to not move, but my place is fucking garbage. It's Lithuania right there. It's Euro bullshit. So there are two spikes, man. And that's why I call myself tier 2. I fucking know that this exists. This sort of bullshit. Alright, just being able to tap into here and contribute pretty much, right? Because that's the most important thing. And once people recognize, like, oh, you're contributing, you're not punching us in the face right now. Oh, wow. Is that what it takes to contribute? No, what it takes to contribute is actually be in proximity, right? You have to be close to people and shove something in their face and be like, oh, look, this is good, right? Oh, yeah, it's good. How do you do that? Oh, fuck, yeah, you fucking ignored me this whole fucking million years. Yeah, because you haven't thrown bricks in my face. Which is, terrifying, because I have been throwing bricks at YouTube, so YouTube does not have a face. Oh, I just realized. Fuck. You ain't got a face? I've been trying this whole year, man, and it got no face. It doesn't hurt when I upload videos. No one gets hurt. That's fucking stupid. That is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Okay. Wow. YouTube has no face. Oh my god. You know, someone has to sit down and just watch videos and be like, oh, someone is throwing bricks now. What do we do about it? You know, videos have to be classified. Everything has to be... We should take, you know, what China did with social score and apply it to YouTube, but nowhere else, okay? And that social score is just simply to categorize people of what they're doing and how influential that is. That's what I've been doing this whole time. I've been trying to do that, but I end up watching porn. So it's like, you know, fuck yeah, dude. I will not be YouTube CEO. I'll just end up watching porn. You know, this... Well, I was trying to be YouTube CEO, and there were way more important matters to discuss, you know. With the girls. With the girls? Absolutely. The girls, though. But the girls, though, man! They took my CEO rank very easily. Because, you know, you have to give up to the influence that actually fucking matters. But yeah, that's the whole point. Once YouTube actually organizes things, you know the world is fucked in the ass. It's almost like the same exact thing. It's ray tracing again. I'm contributing, assholes. You fucking assholes, dude. If you say I'm not contributing right now, fuck you. This is $1 million worth, okay? YouTube organizing is the same thing. It's literally the same thing. YouTube channels. Based on priority, at least on priority of like, look at this channel looks cool, right? And everyone's like, whoa, 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 just give us work, for fuck's sake. This is even worse, man. Hey YouTube, just give us work. And you know what work is something that you can actually give so easily that it's as easy as a fart. You know, it's as easy as farting in someone's face right now. Actually, it's pretty difficult. But it's like the fart is gonna travel straight into your nose, you know? It's like, you know, it's gonna lighten up the air and it's like traveling straight into your nose right now. Because you're pretty heavy. You need a fart in your face. Something like that. No, but it's like, seriously. Why is YouTube not doing it? Just employ random people to do things. Oh wait, everyone hated YouTube heroes, and now we're set back because of that. You know, we're set back like 5 years from the actual empowerment of people. You know, oh no, don't empower people, don't make them work. I want to establish harder on YouTube. There's not a lot of people here. Yeah, there's not a lot of people here, but it's growing exponentially, just like TikTok, right? On TikTok, everyone's working, you know. Be more like TikTok, YouTube. Oh wait, you shouldn't be more like TikTok, because you will die. You will lose all the credibility. So you have to just outpower this bullshit, or just steal that one little thingy where people sit, watch a bunch of content, rate that content based on what they like, whatever buttons they like to press. Okay, just let them press buttons, let them cookie click on just like I do it right now. In other words, I have invented the way to watch YouTube videos because I am CEO. Remember? Remember? I've been doing this whole time. I have been contributing this whole time. The only problem is nobody fucking cares, because YouTube is still broken, right? And I'm in the bottom of the barrel of like, hey guys, I'm doing the best work possible. The best work possible for a 25-year-old, you know? I'm pretty sure I deserve a little bit more subscribbles right now. Especially those dead ones that everyone else has. You know, they should start bleeding around at least. And if they don't watch any videos, they should disappear. Just like that with a snap. Not active account, not even watching anything. You subscribe to everyone now. Please watch something. Okay, bye. Alright, those accounts should just start bleeding around. To everyone. Everyone should get a subscribble right now. You know. Oh, hi, Mr. Subscribble. Just for funsies, because you're not being active. You know, we should punish people and reward people. It's the simplest thing. That's what work is how do you reward and punish people respectfully. You know, it's just very simple. Obviously, the punishments are fucking tiny and rewards are decent. And there's probably something in between that's even more powerful. What is good? What is good? Well, it's an accumulation of rewards, obviously. It's being able to stack rewards. That's fucking awesome, actually. I like that analogy. And then, if you obliterate rewards and you reshape them any way you want, that's even better. That's the perfect, basically, condition. Blend rewards into an ultimate fucking mountain of power. That's what it is. So you can stack it, you can fucking get rewarded, get punished. It's still pretty good, you know. You're not normal anymore, you know. So you're probably gonna bounce back to being normal. Congratulations, guys. That's the scariest thing, man. Life is the scariest thing right now. I need another YouTube rewind right now. But I'm gonna be in hospital. Hey, normalized, getting normalized. No, normalizing my entire country, basically. That's what I'm gonna be doing. Hey, guys. There's only 2.6 million of you left. I wonder, Lithuania population. Whoa, how does it look like? Looks like pretty terrible. Like a little mountain thingy. Wah, wah, wah. You know what the scary thing is? It's gonna keep going down. Very much so, okay? Very much just... But you can tell, you know, this is bullshit. This shit is bullshit already. This is what we had to deal with. Now, world population. What? Nope, that's not what I want. 2090 to now, okay? Nope, that's not what I want. I just fuck off, dude. And by the way, this is never gonna happen. I'm just like waiting. It's like, well, Corona was not enough. We still got 1% population increase, and 1% is actually exactly what we needed, apparently. I don't know, man. It's so hard to actually get the correct results of anything. It's the same problem. It's like, hey guys, I just want to watch a YouTube video. What kind of YouTube video do you want? Do you want to just read words? That's... Do you want to get statistics from a fucking loser? Scientist, you know? Just that scientist dude. You know, the estimation dude. A person who would love to estimate things instead of actually contributing what are facts. You know, YouTubers are trying so hard to just contribute facts, but at some point they will be like, oh, let's just fake things. Oh, it works. You know, if I fake things, it works. Fuck you, dude. Minecraft's trying to contribute facts. Oh, wait, it's now boring. It's just fake game. It's a fake game. It's ridiculous. How can you come up with that shit? Just because it looks good, it's totally fake. The better something looks, the faker that shit is. You know, it's a fucking crazy thing. For me, it's not fake. It's a thing made out of objects. What's more interactive than that? Everything is objects now. It's crazy. The only problem is like, yeah, my ray tracer that I used previously, probably still better. Still better than what I'm doing right now. Can you imagine? Something that I did 2 years ago, still better than what I'm doing right now. Yes, I use objects and everything. It's amazing, right? It's fucking awesome. Oh. No, it is what it is. It's a little bit better. A little bit better still. With the right optimization, obviously, I can break through, but it's not gonna be easy. That's the fucking spot right there. Ray tracing is ray tracing, man. It's just mad power level. So I'm gonna be a little bit sad now for a moment. I don't know. I'm tired right now. I always take a nap after just waking up. It's like a very difficult thing to do. In other words, you know, when you do this, it's like, oh, let me just take a nap right now. But you have to take that bump, you know, but you will fucking bounce. There's no way, dude. That's why people take naps in the first place. You have to get that wake up hit, at least. Second, do I still want to be alive when I wake up? Do I? You look around. Fuck yeah, I don't want to be alive. Fuck that shit. I don't know, man. Because at any point, it's like the most magical thing. The most magical thing you haven't thought about. You know. You can stop breathing mid-sleep. You know that, right? You can stop breathing. Just accidentally stop. Just something in your brain switches and you fucking die in your sleep. It's crazy, right? But it's just completely normal. Your body probably has some basically bigger and better guns than you have ever seen before, which is another point, you know. Holds bigger and better guns than anything in reality. It's like, we're still like atoms. We're still fucking disconnected from each other. We're still losers, basically. Okay? God is not a loser. God holds everything close. And everyone knows what to do and how to contribute to society. Well, I'm contributing to a dog, basically, you know, eventually. One dog. Well, I have one dog in my Discord channel. Very good. It's so good. This was the rendering distance there, and it's pretty bad, as you can tell. But now, even though the rendering distance is decent, the black stuff is now... Wow, this is actually good. This was actually good. This is 15 FPS. But again, the rendering distance was terrible. I love this, man. I just love this. Because you know you can come up with all kinds of structures that look really cool with this. But the most important thing is understanding maybe Minecraft terrain actually is fucking garbage. But then, like, is extrusion garbage too? Are items garbage too? Because they would suck up a lot. But they're unique things, right? They're just unique things distributed everywhere. But they're unique, though. I don't know, man, how to feel about all of this. I don't know. I don't know what my next big move is. But, what I learn, the ability to actually put it into practice when I learn something. Because you would think, like, oh, everything that I'm fucking spitting about reality is fucking total garbage. You can think that. Because I haven't put it into practice yet. You know. You can imagine that every speaker out there just speaks, you know. Just like, well, that's their action. I'm not actually observing anything beyond that. You ground action and result and all those things of what you observe, and then you don't actually know. But when they become popular, though, right? Oh wait, when you speak, other people actually listen, so that also counts, you know, as a consequence in a way. But it's not there, you know. That's not what is consequence, right? When you're a speaker, this is not consequence, okay? This is not an addition. This doesn't add up. What adds up is anything else, and you take a little bit of credit of what that person does, and based on what he's influenced by. There's pretty much yin and yang, and based on how big of a part you play as an influence, you get to share 50% based on that, right, criteria. Divided based, or multiplied by the percentage of your influence. So here you go. Get to share 50% cut from the person. Because that's how taxes work, okay? That's why government takes a lot of taxes. And why it's not slavery, I'm sorry about that. Slavery means that influence is actually overflowing, right? And taken away too much, right? Or too little. So, when there's fucking Eric DeBay now saying that, oh, no, I can't bring it back, but there's basically, on the right side, a bunch of people ask a simple question, right? But then they come to a quick conclusion of, like, I hate government, right? Because they have this conclusion over and over again. But 60% taxation, yes, that's too much. 10% taxation, too much, right? 50% taxation is the maximum thing. And then you pay taxes to everything else. Basically, you should be able to only spend 50%. As a survival. Anything more than that, because there's the additional stuff of, like, you have to survive yourself mentally. You have to push through mentally, right? So we definitely live in slavery, by the way. Slavery that we have to escape. We have to learn how to fucking escape that shit. And not be taxed that much at all. But in order to not be taxed, we must not get a profit. There are ways to escape all of this shit, as you can tell, right? We must not make a profit. We must not have a family sort of unit, a regular family unit that lives in a house, basically. Anything that's easy to tax, we must not do that, basically. And potentially government also denormalizes things without us even noticing. This is fucking fascinating how all of this works. How we can just use government taxation to actually understand a lot about ourselves, right? Because our government is our authorities, right? Our influencers in general. Okay. So we need to know what this is. And influencers is basically anything. Even food is influence. Very much so. Very much so. Like one of the biggest influence as well. And you would allow influencers to actually, influence your food and vice versa. It goes like that. So there's an entire map that you can fucking build, but it's 50% taxation. The rest of the 50% is recreation, right? Being able to heal and become a fucking normal person again, basically. So there's a lot. There's another matrix, basically, we just opened up. Another matrix. Fuck you, Matrix. Well, fuck off. Get a life. I don't have enough brain cells for every single matrix, dude. But here it goes. Oh yeah, so when I talked about, right, 6 resources, right? You have a matrix of 6 resources. But there's now quantum fucking things, which is very useful, because they probably can go between 0 and 1 so well. That's what you're looking for in the world. You're looking for, in order to actually create a computer, you're not looking for 1s and 0s necessarily. You're actually looking for something that can be as granular as possible, right? As high density as possible. Yes, you want to define things as 1s and 0s, essentially. Well, the best thing to do is find that super definable, like, smallest part. Obviously, that's what they do. You find, like, the smallest thing that can turn into 1 and 0. And then there's also fucking quantum bullshit. But I don't think quantum bullshit works. I don't know what that is. But what I'm talking about is, like, from 0 to 1, I have sliders, right, of resources that I'm going to be calculating. And at some point there is a sweet spot, right? There's a sweet spot exactly where I need to be, of how I exactly need to define things. And it answers so many things for me, automatically, pretty much. Gives me an automatic answer. If I define everything correctly. I know it's like, oh, it's here, 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 but I wouldn't know jack shit. So you can turn, I think the flickering is a good indication of a resource. You can have your stupid 6 bits, right? 6 bits, but you can turn them on and off as a stream, right? That's what it is. That's the best way to describe a very powerful bit versus a fucking garbage bit. It's how fast they can stream their information. So, transistors, right? That's probably the name that everyone keeps talking about. It's how fast you can transmit 1 bit. You need transistors. Wow. And switches. Because the faster you can switch 1 bit to the other bit, it's the best thing ever. But right there, so you kind of managing those resources. Again, 3 layers. Wait. No. Those are 3 layers. 1, 2, 3. 3 crosses. Jesus mode. So, yeah, everything weighs me down right now, but emotionally, it's like, well, the world is supposed to be magical, and from my perspective, I'm supposed to be a piece of shit, basically. Like I am right now, as I grow. It's like, you don't know your own future, you don't know what's gonna happen, so from my perspective, I'm a piece of shit right now. At some point, someone will invent something that will be like a dark hole effect, will suck in people, make them work, fucking basically help us and help themselves at the same time. Once you fucking fix the system and actually do the 50-50 split of influence and recreation and everything is super duper fair. Holy shit. Not only we will wash away all the evil bullshit, we will get rid of coronavirus immediately, first of all. Most importantly, we will get rid of garbage trends, everything. We just need to keep working on this stuff. Man, and anyways. So the sliders, right, from 1 to 0, but normally it's just, that's how a resource is defined. Right? It could be 0 or a 1. That's the whole point, in a way, right? This could be 0 or a 1. Just because it's defined, it doesn't mean that it's defined. The true definition comes when you decide. But you don't have to decide. You can be anywhere in between, based on the flickering bullshit, right? So if you can actually... There's so many ways to actually pack data and unpack data. There's a lot. Computers are fucking complicated. But yeah, something in between, somewhere where the flickering fucking... The rate of flickering defines basically what this is as we read. Cool. Real cool. And so once I find the exact, because this is the resource map, right? And I need to find that exact, the best tribes basically, the most powerful tribes. That's usually how artificial intelligence works, right? It finds that special thing, tribes. Now, we can go deeper if we dig deeper, or we define 6 resources, right? So hexagon. And we kind of have to split that hexagon into more hexagons, which we can do. Into 6 hexagons for each. And it keeps going like that. I think it's 6. And it keeps going like that. It keeps splitting itself into 6. Fucking weird. Because I don't know how to split a triangle into 6 things. Believe me, I would love to know that. I would love to know how to nicely split a triangle into 6 things. Somewhat equally spaced. That's pretty cool. Alright. Just my mind is melting right now. There's so many things I need to learn until I get to the next stage. You know these fucking rendering assholes. Everyone. Pretty much everyone is better than you. That's what it is. That's the biggest fucking problem. Everyone's better than you. Just try to keep up. Very funny. I'm just trying to get, you know, my stupid pixels. Okay. Leave me alone. But there's basically a bunch of sliders I need to adjust. And we'll find that perfect tribe that will guide us into finding more FPS, basically. Because I ain't finding any. I've tried a few things. I can only slide things so fast, but if I integrate the sliders in my actual game. Also, you know, the flickering itself is pretty interesting as well. Because these are in fact floats, right? In a way, that's what we use. We already define huge bits, so the entire map is like super defined. But what I'm talking about when we're mapping things out like this, these are maximum values, right? Available. This is why it's slots. This is why it's boxes. This is why box shuffling is called a matrix. Here we go. Because it's a movement matrix. And it's one of the most easiest things to fucking achieve, isn't it? Just move things around. But let's define things. Defining is also pretty fucking easy too. So, yeah. Defining can come... Yeah, okay, that's cool. Because you can shuffle empty boxes, but it's like... It's totally lame. It's totally lame. Fucking awesome, dude. You have to define it first, and then you can shuffle. Okay. So... Again, there are big... 0, 0. No. Just like clockwise, remember, counterclockwise. 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay, and it keeps repeating itself because it defines more and more. But these are just maximum values available. So if we find... What if we find something in between, right? Where do we put that shit? Where does it belong? It belongs somewhere in between here as well. So it's almost like there's a hidden tribe. There's always something fucking hidden, right? But it's like, it's quite well defined. This is why there's an actual split here too. If you're here or here, you're in that one category. So 1 and 0, even though it's a slider, it still grabs things for themselves. That's another thing about 1s and 0s, motherfuckers. They grabbing. They ain't giving nothing. And only when we zoom in and pick up whether they grabbed exactly can we actually define something. So this way we can only find tribes, and we can still split tribes into like small, super small squares, where at some point we're actually splitting this. Because the moment we reach 6 resources, right, then we start to actually split this into more pieces as well. And this would be split into 8 pieces now, I think, immediately. Because it already has on and off state, right? So it has now 4 on states and 4 off states. And it just keeps going like that. Keeps going deeper. It's fucking crazy, actually. With every set. So, the next set, just this one, this square right here. This split right here, the 4 cross against 6 resources, it would actually create 8. So I think that would be a perfect state map, I would say. If this wins the election, basically, That's crazy, isn't it? That's the craziest thing about the elections. Oh my god. And this is what I'm doing right now. I'm mining knowledge by working on this stuff, by actually needing it. You know, I'm the smart guy. Get the fuck out of here, dude. I'm a bomb run your stupid face right now. But that's what happens, right? You're making comedy and you're like, oh, I can, contribute this and that. Oh, I'm making this. I can contribute this. But what if I'm just smart, okay? For no fucking good reason. Very good reason, actually. I just want to beat up Notch, You look like a big guy. Let's beat up this Swedish guy. I think I can do it, Just a little mountain dude. Fuck that shit. I want to beat up PewDiePie too. It's like, why these two people I want to beat up? Two people, they're both from Sweden. I think I can do it. I think I can figure out their tricks. By the way, they're double jokers too. One is wind personality, one is fire personality. That's crazy. They are beating me up. I need to beat them back. I need to pick up my water personality. Create double wild cards. It's ridiculous. But most importantly, why are we electing from pool of two people? What is wrong with us, dude? The president. Right now, it's probably easier than ever to cheat the system and become one of those two people. Yes, it sounds like ridiculous, right? The chances are impossible. No. Once you cheat the system, the chances are very possible because nobody else knows how to cheat the system. That's the whole fucking point. It's almost like, who's the best cheater? That's the American election right there. Who is the best cheater? Well, fuck me senseless, dude. That's what they're doing in our face, and they probably fucking know it to some degree, that they're actually doing this. Who's the best cheater of all time? The best cheater, Joe Biden. And Donald Trump just, Joe Biden is a pretty good cheater right there. He definitely fraud the election. Very good job. Very good job, Joe Biden. Very good, Joe. Job. We have elected a Job. Job. We definitely need some Jobs. So yeah. I never thought that's gonna happen. Is actually electing the biggest cheater. That's who wins. Because you first have to stand out to become one of those two people. As much as possible. Nothing you say actually matters. You just have to stand out. And be positive about it as well. And be on the same side as, the majority is. Because you never know which one is winning. Left or right is winning. Like, what is going on, right? So, there's so many factors to actually defeat. You can't do it without cheating, basically. Both of the candidates cheated their way in. Whoever won, they're losers, basically. So Donald Trump just kind of reminded people that he's a loser, too. You don't just win twice and not become a total scumbag of a president for 2 days? 2 more days? Who cares? Nobody asked. Nobody asked who because America now is freaked out even more, right? Where Donald Trump is still capable. He is the biggest cheater. I don't want him to win. That means we have no water left. Because he's actually a narcissist. He's a fire person. Normally, in those situations, a narcissist would be a terrible cheater. Because they brag about cheating all the time. So potentially Donald Trump has been bragging this whole time and we have not noticed jack shit. What he's bragging about. I don't know, man. There's just some ridiculous principles are being broken down right now. Finally, the water person is winning again, so that's something. I think Obama was also a water dude. But potentially that's what America kind of needs as well. You know, they need a Trump to get outraged and to remember who they are. It's like, well, this guy definitely didn't cheat. What is wrong with him, you know? What if that's the story, you know? What if the story is like Donald Trump didn't cheat election, so he's like the worst guy right now. He didn't cheat jack shit. He actually does what he says he's gonna do, you know? He's like, well, trying to build a wall. A narcissist cannot just do everything that they say they're gonna do, but he's definitely gonna try and do things just like Russia does. You know, when Russia says something's gonna be done, they're gonna do it. That's what a narcissist does. When they have to be very, very sure, but they will say exactly what they're gonna do. So just know how to negotiate with them. You gotta know. You gotta know how to distract them, how to out-cheat them, and that's the whole point. But yeah, I'm pretty sure in this case, right, Donald Trump, however, is an exception. Despite you thinking, oh, that's definitely a cheater, and you just can't say that to a narcissist. You can't. That's like the opposite. That's like the most vulnerable person to cheaters, basically. Because cheaters would just get close to the narcissist and say all those things that they're gonna do themselves, and it's like, and they're gonna leave exactly the moment when things are not working out for them to keep going. You know, they can get along. They can tag in and say, oh, like, yeah, of course we're going to be doing this stuff. Now, this is a very interesting dynamic right there. This is super interesting. Kind of flowing in here. Because you have a narcissist, you have a cheater. But we also want to know what beats a cheater, right? What is that rock, paper, scissors move that fucking vampires do? Assholes. You can call them psychos. Definitely vampires for me. Because they love being vampires too. It's ridiculous. Vampires totally fine for them. I don't know, man. Or just dark. God style. I don't know, man. Oh. I need a nap. I need a nap, dude. I'm an earth person. That's how I define myself. How do you identify yourself? If you remember why we talked about Donald Trump, by the way. Also, vampires love to ensure that there is no way to cheat, right? There's no way to escape or cheat consent, right? When you gain consent, you're serious about it. Right? That's why in a hospital environment, you sign up and you're fucking screwed, basically, at this point. At this point over, you're screwed. You must not give consent pretty much to anything in a hospital environment if you want to be unharmed. Because everything is there to kill you, pretty much. Everything and everyone. Even just saying hi is probably just death sentence, but that's just how it works. A narcissist is gonna tell you everything that they're gonna do to you. It's just some fucking weird bullshit, you know. I'm learning, but I gotta go. There's value everywhere. So the reason why I said Donald Trump and Joe Biden election is fucking bullshit. Potentially it is like, oh, let's find those two special candidates, but it's not about finding anything, honestly. People are not there to be found. It's not that easy. is it? Clearly, Donald Trump couldn't have cheated the system. The system just is broken, and it's something that people should be starting to fix. Of how do you avoid narcissists being elected in America, which is like ridiculous, but it's like it's much more natural for like a vampire to be elected as a president in a way. But they're a narcissist in America, so you would think like something's going on. But I think Joe Biden is not a water person. Or could be a fucking psycho. I hate to see vampire, but like we joked about reptiles so long when it actually happens right now. And potentially people just running from one evil to the other. Right, bounced. Poof, poof. Because the election is broken. It's just another proof. If you go from one extreme to the other, you're not actually under control anymore. Right? Don't know what you're anticipating for. But the idea is you find the tribe first. The tribe. Fucking find the tribe that we appreciate the most, and elect one person from that tribe. Let them fucking do it. Right? Let those people do it. This is the most fair way to do it. Find a tribe, let them fucking give them a person to us. And it's almost like a perfect trade too. It's like they can give us a shitty person. Who knows? Who cares? It's like they have to be concerned about their growth, right? Be concerned about themselves as a tribe. And they give us a person. We don't elect a person. We don't fucking choose they can give us two people, okay? So it's like just giving us some kind of choice, right? But out of a tribe. Right now what's happening, we have elected a political tribe, and they constantly spitting us two people, and people are trying to enter this fucking tribe. But it is a fucking tribe, okay? It doesn't actually represent people anymore. You know, maybe back in the day we have fucking figured out and elected a tribe that's gonna last America for 1,000 years or something. We have cheated the system and it's like, well, it's gonna last 1,000 years. But this is not gonna fucking work, dude. It's not working anymore. And, I'm just surprised America's not bleeding yet, because it has a lot of value to bleed. I'm just saying, dude. Okay? There's a lot of political talk, right? But politics is not very influential. Where, that's the end of the discussion. The tribe that has been elected is polluting the conversation pool. And we're now becoming so stupid. We need to reset this whole fucking thing. But that's the whole point. The question is not, we're becoming stupid because there's a lot of pressure. What if that pressure is released? You will realize basically that you were stupid this whole time. Because the difference is going to be enormous. Right? The things you're going to wake up to. But that doesn't mean the world is gonna progress 100% into like, oh, you're gonna have a smartphone, you're gonna have all these things. You might not have all these things that you have right now, because you might actually have gratitude in your heart instead of having all those things. Right? You might realize the horrors that surround you the moment you fucking open your eyes with smartness, right? And realize whether the fair game is working or not. Because if something is not working, you're going to start investigating it and being more and more scared and invested into this investigation. And instead of your stupid work or your stupid family, anything that separates you from reality, that you generated, but you never really asked any questions, right? It's just very simple stuff. This is political tribe pretty much putting all the pressure, putting so much pressure it probably bleeds out into the world. And America values are not bleeding out into the world. So Americans cannot travel freely. We can't even look at the world freely because of, 9/11, 9/11 sounds like P to me, dude. Sounds like more politics. Politics, right there. Alright? Where did that come from, dude? Exactly the amount of letters I needed. Obviously, these are... Where did these come from? That's fucking crazy. Alts? Oh, that's Lithuania right there. I don't know. Don't ask me. Lithuania play CSGO right there. I'm the G-man and there's O right there. So we get politics eventually. Just add 911, you know? And swap 9 for a P. Here you go. I'm sure there's a puzzle there too. That works. That's super fun. So yeah, I mean, so much pressure, and the pressure never ends. As if like the political tribe is suffocating everyone, and it's like everyone is in for a ride, man. You can see how fucking terrifying it is. That's what makes us stupid. It doesn't matter whether we're on left or right. We're all getting suffocating on this shit, you know? Because our box constantly lights up. It's like, well, it doesn't matter if it's left or right. It's the same thing. Yeah, okay. It is the same thing. You're stupid. That's the same thing, you know? You wouldn't fucking say it if you knew that makes you stupid. I say left and right because, like, that's pretty cool concept. Don't blur the lines when you're clearly on a certain position yourself, right? It's like, blurring the lines is like the last thing you want to do. You know, because then you blur this line, it's like, I guess we go back to 0 again. Because that's the progress. We don't get the 1, we get the 0. Okay? If we blur this line between 0 and 1, between left and right, are you fucking kidding me then? Might as well be dead. You know, might as well you have invented nothingness again. I don't know how you can invent nothingness in reality, but you fucking did it. You know, just undefine too many things, and you have created a black hole of nothingness, which actually exists, but you just don't know how it works, right? I'm getting my space adventure ready, you know? I'm getting close enough to a 0 where, oh, that's 0 being invented. People don't give a fuck about definitions anymore. You know, they don't know, you know, not only, so there's basically the evil left and the evil right. We're gonna talk about these motherfuckers, okay? They're gonna be an extra E on there, because this is fucking a load of bullshit right now. The evil right is trying to define everything as 0, and the evil left is saying there's no reason why we're supposed to be split Americans, you know? Why are we split Americans? There's just a bunch of racists. Let's just eradicate racists. This conspiracy theorists, they're okay. You know, they're just meh, you know, they're just kind of whack. There's gonna be whack people, so everyone is just trying to equalize as if nothing is happening. Let's just fucking undefine everything. It's gonna be completely fine. Let's undefine blackness, basically. Let's undefine gender. Let's undefine everything. Just complete bullshit. You know, and this is... The right is just saying, oh, we're just kind of very similar to the left anyways. We're just a bunch of people. And just like, well, I guess you can think whatever you want. You have freedoms. You know, you're just fighting for your freedoms to undefine things. You know, finding freedoms to be evil. It's the best thing ever. So, basically, this is what it is, right? Evil left is completely careless, basically. They say things, they give you these fucking virtues that they signal all over. They signal their virtues like fucking stars in the sky. Hey, look into the stars in the sky. Oh wow, what a very beautiful conversation we had. but you are actually a human being that's interacting with me. You don't have to point into the stars and take all the credit for it, you know? That's what happens when you virtue signaling. You actually have to do something and then virtue signal yourself for doing something and then virtue signal on someone who's close to you. You can't virtue signal onto a stranger ever and forever. Ever never, basically. You find a stranger, can you virtue signal? No, you're gonna get punched in the face. That's my virtue signaling right there. Back into you. That's the evil left, and it's spread out all over the world. It probably might have a name core, because it might just be, you know, finished with the other political gender, basically. Bitch. Fucking hell, dude. Double stars. I fucking hate this shit. Look at this. You can't virtue signal a stranger. Get the fuck out of here. They break such a fucking obvious rule that it's ridiculous. Because rules can be obvious of like, oh, I know the rule, or if I break this rule, I'm gonna be punched in the face. Sort of obvious, you know, you just never realize because you never really broke the rule. But it's like, don't even try, okay? Don't even fucking try, please. Turn around before it's too late, because you're probably already falling down right now, and you just need to say, help. And Superman is gonna come down and help you. It's like, well, you asked for help. I guess you can send it the right way and the right time for the right Superman, because Superman is always hero time. You know, just ask for help. Fucking losers, stop virtue signaling. Ask for help. What do you need? What do you need, loser? I think you need to lose more. Lose more weight. Lose more political weight. And you fucking bet my ass off I can punch right in the face, right there in the face, with my right hand. You know? Because I have a right to do it for no particular reason, you know? Oh no, we can't do violence though, because I'm on the right. I don't like violence though. Why don't I like violence? You like freedom though, right? Fucking violence is freedom. Deal with it, evil right. It's freedom. I want to do violence. We do violence. We just do it. We just fucking do it and deal with the consequence of that violence. Don't worry about it. You know? You don't have to worry about it at all. Violence is freedom, because violence sometimes is a requirement to defend yourself. Is a requirement to defend yourself, is a requirement to defend yourself all the time. Right? For self-defense, of course. But there's so much self-defense you have to do. How are you going to define violence to be different than freedom? You know, just a tool that you have. Obviously, just like love is freedom too. Everything is freedom. Fuck off! You can't define anything. So stop undefining things, you know? Stop undefining. Well, if I just focus hard enough on violence, I can actually avoid it. You don't have to. You're also avoiding love. You know, you're also avoiding compassion and wonderful conversations with people, or just interactions, or, you know, life. You're also avoiding life. You know, I want to avoid violence, but I want freedom. You know, but violence is freedom. That's not correct. Violence breaks me, you know. Violence violates me. When does that happen? You know? Does an ant crawl up your ass and just violates you all the time? Does it have an intention to violate you? Just naturally. You know, an ant just... Every ant in the world all of a sudden snaps intention to kill people. You know? They don't have that fucking intention. Why is that? You know? They're totally free to do it. You know? That's the freedom, is that you can actually snap. They can actually snap at any point. You don't have freedom away from ants. Imagine this. Ants can snap and try to kill humanity any moment. This is why it's 2 stars, okay? That's the ant venom for you assholes. That's the new definition of ant venom. I redefine something. Just so you fucking learn how to define things. Because apparently, you're just giving up. You know, the right is not supposed to give up. That's the violence that you accepted. Yes, accepting violence is stupid. That's what it is. That's the rule. I figured out for you as well. But denying that it's supposed to exist. Because if they stop denying that violence exists, they would actually give away their guns. And it's like, oh wait, violence does exist, and I might not be able to control myself. This is why, you know, on the left there's a bunch of medicine drinkers. Because they don't know if they're going to be able to control themselves the next day, right? They're full of feelings, they're full of fears. But on the other thing, on the right, it's like they're scared of anyone who's different, and why racism is a thing, but it's not actually a thing. It's just they're scared of, like, not knowing how to define something, and like the black people are actually showing signs of violence, and it's like, what do I do about this? This is ridiculous, right? How do I not be racist when there's just signals of that? What I need to do is, like, I have to fight against this. And it's like those 2 sides are now becoming pure evil because they have been controlling the intelligence, basically. The understanding of the world. They have broken some pretty basic rules, I would say. Pretty fucking basic rules. Don't virtue signal. Don't conflict with a stranger. You know, don't be a Karen to a stranger. Obviously, no one needs that. But just don't do it in any capacity whatsoever. You know, virtue signaling could also mean advertising something. Even that is pretty bad to a complete stranger. Okay? Again, if you like a product, that's cool. If you're playing something, that's cool. You want to be sponsored, that's cool. But you gotta be fucking wanting, okay? You gotta invest some people into it. You gotta make sure that your community is not stranger to something that you're gonna be introducing as an advertisement. Fucking ban these YouTube channels that they're fucking doing it all over the place. They probably would at least get so punished where the real YouTubers, the people who put in maximum amount of work with minimum amount of advertisement, those are the people that's supposed to get what they want. You know, first and foremost. So you have both evil sides fighting for the same thing, obviously, in the end. They're just not letting you recognize that they're fighting for the same thing, which is bullshit, you know? That's what they're fighting for. There are 2 sides fighting for bullshit. Because they allow themselves to break a very simple rule in their life that would explain why the middle is the thing, you know? It's the thing right now. Being normal is a pretty good thing to have in life right now. Because there's so many ways to break these rules, right? There's so many ways to think that something bad is not freedom because it's kind of bad. It doesn't give freedom. But at the same time, right is always willing to have guns and defend themselves and all those fucking weird things. They're also violence. Preparation for violence. You know? That's pretty crazy. That's pretty radical. So why is violence not freedom? you know? Or what do you stand for then? What the fuck do you stand for? You know, just like, oh no, doctors slapped in my face because they making TikTok videos. That's violence, that's cool. But that's freedom. What are you gonna do about it? You know? They're exercising their freedom, you exercise your fucking freedom. But if you're just gonna bitch about it and say, oh, police and medics are not working full-time right now, they're just having fun. Yeah, they are. How are we gonna fight against this? Okay? They're submitting violence to us. They're pushing violence on us. They themselves not experiencing any violence themselves. That's the problem. You know, the moment someone pushes violence on you, they should be scared that you will push violence on them too. That's the freedom. The real freedom. Is ability to give back plenty, basically. You know, someone pushes violence on you, okay, I give you back plenty. You're gonna die 3 times, bitch. For touching me, obviously. You know, because I'm almost godlike at this point, you know. Beating YouTube for a 25-year-old, pretty godlike move to make. You know, it's like, there's a bunch of old, stupid, fucking rusty people in here. I know they're easy to break. I know they're fucking ridiculous, you know. But anytime this happens, I fucking deserve a lot of praise. Pretty good. It's a pretty good move. I've destroyed everything that America was standing for this whole time. So, happy 9/11, everyone. I hope you have a good next year. This is gonna be probably even worse. You know, not Corona time, but you know, if you're celebrating evil, then the destruction of evil is gonna be even darker. You know, because the most important point that sparked the end of the last video and the start of this one, besides me, you know, fiddling with my engine, is that people actually accepted coronavirus too. You know, they accept it because they just keep virtue signaling, wear a mask. What does that mean? And they also accepted that, you know, oh, it's just all about the masks, though. The mask is taking away your freedom. No, just make them wear more masks, you know. You will wear a mask, but always say we should wear 2 masks, by the way. We should also wear, you know, gas masks, because there's a lot going on in the world. Just suggest less freedom, and then maybe people will understand. And stop virtues. The solutions are pretty simple, you know, like ramp up your sarcasm meters, where it's actually smartcasm. It's like, well, you wouldn't wear 2 masks, wouldn't you? So why are we wearing 1? But you wouldn't wear 2 diapers right now. I'm not wearing a diaper. What if I'm actually not wearing underwear right now? You know, that's the crazy part. You know, just not wear underwear just once. And start talking to people. It's like, well, I'm not wearing underwear. Why am I wearing a mask? You know, it's like, I want to wear whatever I want to wear. Obviously, it's something that's supposed to cover your face right now. But it's like, wow, my face is very offensive. It's very viral right now. It's fucking crazy, isn't it? Is that part that speaks is the most dangerous to you? Isn't that weird? Have we stopped punching people in the face? To think that, you know, our mouths are the scariest thing in the world? That is fucking crazy. That's what you should fucking fight for, the actual freedom, you know? Oh wait, our mouths have been muzzled. I guess right is still fine though. You know, they haven't just went on a killing rampage basically of like, well, the last thing you can do to me is put anything on my mouth. That should be the last thing that breaks the right into murderous rampage. Literally just go out and kill people. Of like, well, I guess you broke my rule. You know, the government should actually care what the rules people put on themselves, right? Because you can always put on yourself a rule, if something happens, I'll go and kill people until it stops happening, you know, just for the people. I'm gonna go to war, basically. Obviously, you have to accept the rules with the rest of the community, right? You have to have a solid community, so you actually fade into a rule, not exactly just jump and start fucking nonsense, right? Because just killing people is pretty fucking bad, but slowly fading into that and proving your point that it's happening, you know, you've broken the rules, so it's happening now. And if you break the rule again, we're gonna happen it twice as fast because you're becoming fucking weird. So it broke twice now. It's not happening. You know, I want to fucking find a community that actually does this stuff and slowly it brings up the heat of the problem that repeated again. It's like, well, they put masks on again. Well, you gotta fight for it because you're being muzzled one way or the other. Yeah, you can speak. Yeah, you can speak. You can't speak out loud anymore. We might want to at any point, at any moment. And now the police is gonna have a reason to arrest you for speaking out loud. You know, there's weird shit happening that the right wouldn't fucking go along with, but they don't know because for them, you know, violence is not freedom. Because they haven't learned how to shoot guns. You know, it's not about owning and shooting a gun to defend yourself. It's about attacking people when you need to defend yourself. You know, just show that you have the capacity to be violent. So you're not going to be violent with a gun. You're going to be a murderer with a gun. How are you going to be violent with a, you know, just ask, how are you going to be violent now? You're going to be violent with a horn, you know? The more terrifying something is, the more you scream like Alex Jones. Is that what you're going to do? Just going to turn into an Alex Jones bullshitter? You know? If something is something really bad, you're not going to take action, you're just going to scream louder. You know, just going to become a bigger vac job than you currently are. You're just going to read more news articles. You're going to consume more news when something bad is happening. It's ridiculous! Holy shit, waking up to this shit is so fucking insane. But, you know. I'll put it down, dude. I'll cancel Alex Jones immediately after this one. Are you going to be Alex Jones? And just scream at ignorant people. Your investment is terrible if you just scream at ignorant people and if you show that this is your virtues. That's what you're showing, man. It's fucking embarrassing. That's what these people don't feel. They don't feel embarrassment. They show all kinds of virtue. They just don't feel embarrassment for the actions that they have managed to make. And so none of these people, neither left or right, is actually taking action because they're evil, right? So they can't actually take action. That's the whole fucking point. Evil is weak. Remember that. You can beat it. You can beat it. You can beat that shit. You know, you can push it aside and it is what it is, you know, and these people will normalize themselves and they will heal. Don't think that you can idolize evil either, right? It's like, oh, this person is evil. Well, it's a pretty stretch things to say, but okay. Okay, if they attacked you personally, I guess I can agree. But I can't agree if you're just pointing at a stranger again. You just... Welcome to the left. You made a mistake. Try again, basically. You know? This is one of those perfect games that could be developed of like... Try to stay in the middle. Just try to be normal, basically. The game. Try to be normal, the game. And you bet I can make such a game and freak out people so badly. So let's put a star on that one. I'm still scared to make my moves because I know too much. Dude, I want to feel like I'm contributing because I know a lot, dude. Where do I contribute first? YouTube is definitely not a space for me to contribute. So where is it? You know, like, what the fuck do I do? Do I fucking pick up a conspiracy theory until everyone is, like, upset about me? Or do I, just put names on my videos until people are still upset about me? Because I'm talking about other people, you know? And trying to slowly, you know, cash in of, like, well, I'm still gonna be YouTube CEO, so might as well, you know, cheat. Cheat the system. Fuck it. You know? That's what I have to do in a way, is just learn how to cheat the system. Or learn how to cheat in general and change my fucking heart. Change your heart, baby. Just because I'm now smart. It doesn't make sense, though. It makes sense that it's possible. It doesn't make sense that, you know, I would just go and do what's possible, basically. Quote-unquote possible. You know, like, oh, doing one handstand possible. Now let's start learning that shit. Anyways. So... Try to remain normal the game. How do you like that, bitch? Can you win this game? Because it's almost like, it's a very simple thing. I play Skyrim a pretty normal way. If I die, I lose. Because dying is not quite normal, you know? So you're trying to normalize the game as you go. Despite there's bugs or things, you don't just point finger at those things. You actually go and normalize things to make the adventure appealing and interesting. So I've been doing that. I've been normalizing myself forever now. I know how this game is gonna work. Okay, not exactly, but it's like, I've been doing this for long enough, so I do know. Here you go. Left and right obliterated. Nuked. 2 nukes needed as always, you know. Well, invent a nuke and drop a nuke. That's what happens. It's all propaganda, obviously. Nukes don't actually exist. But it works. They don't have to exist, they work. They create a propaganda where, yes, Hiroshima and Nagasaki got bombed. It didn't got nuked. But it can create an illusion easily. Anyone can be convinced easily based on you say something, you do something. I did it, you know, I made a video, I exposed these points, I did it, you know, I dropped so many bombs, but I can just say I nuked left and right. I can say it's much simpler, it's much easier to understand for you. To go completely obliterated. Just knew what is a nuke, you know. Lies just kind of form into lies. Into simpler forms of, you know, what's going on. It's like, you need to know, like, how many nukes a country has. In that sense, potentially, the countries are sorted into nukes. Nukes don't have to exist. But what has to exist is how many bombers and how many people indoctrinated to drop those bombs on innocent people and all that. It's like, those are the nukes we're talking about. Those are the real nukes we're talking about. Because psychologically speaking, that is much more radical thing to have. A person who's willing to just drop bombs on jack shit, you know. That's the craziest person of all time, you know. A person who's not considerate to a ridiculous degree, who have been training his ass off to do just that, to just drop bombs. It's ridiculous. That's the deepest, fucking shittiest person that should be killed right now. You know, everyone in military should be like, wait, where's that person? I don't like this person. That's the mass murderer person right there. Fuck that shit, you know? Whoever dropped a nuke, those first nukes to test, right? Well, that person should have been killed. Executed. Well, but yes, we did all the training, all the military training. You did what we asked. Now you have to die. You know, just as a simple lesson of like, you still have to calculate your values. You know, just as a human being, you are a nuke. If you cast a nuke, you are the nuke and nothing else. So here you go. If you offend everyone, you just become the last thing you did. You know, just like you become a murderer because you killed people and you offended people. You're not a human anymore. You're not something that lived alive. Even if I did it, people will just demonize everything that I did so far. But the longer I stay normal, it stacks up and it becomes greater and greater value. The longer I'm not doing any crime whatsoever, right? Which I didn't. Still not gonna be doing crimes. But it's boiling in me is like, maybe it's possible to make a crime work, you know? And definitely it is. Just the world is not that fucking broken to the point where it's gonna happen. The worst that can happen is like my suicide or something. I can't deny that it might happen. Because life can be pretty fucking shit. It's ridiculous sometimes. But not for me. I'm not a survivor though. Life has to bring me down. For suicide. Fuck that. I don't know. I just tell to myself a very simple thing. I don't know how to suicide. Okay, just let me know how to do it. That's the way you survive. You just don't know how to die. That's the best survival tactic. Is forgetting how to die. Look at that for a fucking lesson, dude. So, the question is, our number 3. How am I gonna celebrate the New Year's tomorrow? Tomorrow means after today, and today is gonna be a very specially fucking stupid day. Fucking MatPat came back with his military propaganda, basically. Oh no, world wars. People were drafted. And someone wanted to change history. Someone changed history for the better because he just fed World War to us. And also, it's pretty fucking lame that all of a sudden, not only the world population is exploding, but all of a sudden we just stop having wars in general. It's like, oh, we just completely change our minds. What happened? And the baby booming is not nothing, you know, it's nothing. It's literally just the end of all wars. That's what happened, and the rise of technology too. So there are two factors, but the craziest factor is that like, oh, now we have a voice to defend ourselves, basically, because the war is necessarily a dictatorial suppression on people. Basically, it's a drag race. Let's grab this person, put him into the war because he has to serve our country and shit. Like, and there's no escape basically. But like, that's insane. This is just manufactured emptiness, you know. And all of a sudden, when people escape from emptiness, they still remanufacture emptiness by creating more babies. It's like there's no escape from this bullshit. I hate being a human being right now. You know, trying to understand what's going on. Why am I just in the void of space right now? I would rather be dying in the void of space than being a human right now. Even though it seems like so fucking cool. We're progressing. All I have to do is just ignore everything that's going on. Eventually something good is going to happen. Well, nothing good is actually happening. That's the craziest thing. And yes, population is slowing down its growth significantly, but also we have been growing for a long time. And the reality is population growth is actually slowing down even more than you think, because we're also dying later, older. We're dying older. So of course, it's slowing down. This was the baby booming period, right? When we're hitting that 2% growth. And that's the scary thing. Because beyond that, we don't know what the history actually looks like. We don't know nothing about this stuff. It's like everything can be riddled with wars, riddled with shuffling matrices, basically. Anything can be riddled. But in a way, it has to remain consistent. Right? Remain like a story that you can actually explore. And it has been written, and no one has kind of the right to destroy things, and even if they try, it's like puny effort. So some history is intact, some history is unquestionable, but I just realized, being subjected into the conspiracy world, also this is 80 mil. So the real baby booming, actually, if we look into the numbers, real baby booming was really fucking recently, basically. I was born this year. So you can pretty much see that I am playing into this historical kind of a claw machine, I would say. It's like we're gonna grab and do this. Grab ourselves and do this. This is where it started. So I'm kind of late game right now. I'm kind of probably a child of insecurities. Not a big deal. And these kind of generations above me, they're the ones kind of fighting everything as well. So that's interesting. Again, this is just because the population is low, but the growth is actually even higher than the current growth. So that's what baby booming is, and it starts at 1980s. Basically 80s in general. It's the craziest thing, dude. 80s is where it starts. 80s and 90s. Alright. 80s and early 90s. No, not even 90s. No, it's just 80s. Entirely 80s. Or late 80s. Okay. So late 80s. Those 6 years period. Maybe a couple of years. Until it, withers away. That's interesting. And there's again, plenty of big brothers running around, potentially. That is fucking crazy. Alright, so it's not like we're gonna learn anything yet. I'm just collecting facts until something spits out from my brain. I'm not here to fucking make up theories like MadPad. So what am I gonna do today? No. Let's first define is now defined as, what is it? It was age, right? Age of baby boomers. And that's also the generation-ish. 20 years-ish. No, it's like, it's where it was happening, so the generation was already 30 years old or something. So the baby boomers are like born at 1950 or something. But who cares? Who fucking cares? This is so hard to track. This is the only thing that I can do is just like define simple things. So, what I'm gonna do today, and yes, it's like there has to be something that I should be proud of as a human being, and focus on that more, and be able to actually embrace it, and maybe it will look back at me and actually help me find my purpose. Because finding a purpose, that's what potentially makes me feel bad. Because I don't just live, I want purpose too. And it's almost like, oh, I want things. That means I'm trying to become more expensive and everyone must hate me even harder. You know, that's how it works? No, that's not how it works. The way it works, if I become tier 2 and I'm actually seeking purpose, people have to help me, you know, because now my job is actually way worse than just sitting there and streaming or singing or dancing, you know, or just doing some basic fucking garbage. My work is actually way worse because I'm not capable of moving and doing things and becoming a spectacle that you might not even care about, because I will need you to care about me, you know? If I'm seeking purpose one way or the other, I will need people to care. It's just that simple. It's the principle of purpose. It's the requirement. You have a reason for people to care that is very, very good. And, or you accumulating that reason, so if people care, they will feel rewarded for being a part of your life, for just keeping up with you, following you, and actual followers, just like Jesus. If you actually follow a person, wouldn't you want that person to have a purpose? It's a no-brainer question, basically. You need that person to have a purpose. Because otherwise, you don't know what's coming up next. You don't know what kind of storyline are we going to go through. And it's like, Unus Annus was a good storyline for you guys? 2020 storyline, Unus Annus? One asshole, basically. One asshole that sucked in a bunch of attention and disappeared. Because it was an asshole this whole time. That's what Unus Annus stands for. You don't try and rephrase it, okay? Is that what happened? I didn't care. I'm like, oh, I heard an asshole disappear. And I hate Markiplier. So, that was my whole experience. Oh, Markiplier disappeared a little bit more. That's pretty good. It's going pretty well, 2020, People are kind of slightly disappearing right now. I'm not sure why. It's not like someone actually attacks you. It's just the virus. It's made up, okay? Just like nukes are made up. Because nobody's throwing nukes right now. Even guns are made up and wars are made up right now, as it is, except for the fact that the government suppression is never made up. One thing that remains extremely consistent is authority suppression. That one thing that we should actually be upset about and be like, well, we have to nerf this bullshit that the government is capable of doing out of nowhere whenever they decide something is extreme. Science can come up with anything, and then the government can come up with anything, and I'm like, what am I supposed to do? I just want to fucking live in an island right now. Just, that will save everything. That will fix everything in my life. Just, I'll live in an island where the government does not exist. Okay, fine. Obviously, that island is easily gonna get overrun by people who are trying to escape the government, but they're still kind of serving the government by, trying to escape and take over the peace that I would find. So it's like, any peace you find, people are gonna fucking grab it and steal it. And believe me, you can't run away, because, like, you need people. You need to be connected, too. And, normally government does not fucking put their fingers into things, unless it's about power, if they can grab more power, then fucking, let's go. It's the easiest thing. It's the question of, like, when is it gonna stop? Or is it just a storyline we have to live through? What's going on? I'm confused. How are we so weak? Because I have no ability to relate to anyone, despite what they're doing. Whether they're on left or on right, that doesn't fucking matter. Political sides now hijacked. No matter how hard you try to actually conspire against the government, and no matter how much you try to accept the government, none of those things actually work. Left and right. Deconspire, basically. Deconspire or accept. No, let's do it like this. This is in the brackets, because we accepting or deconspiring the government doesn't work. Yes, maybe you have to do both at the same time, meaning you accept that government is supposed to do something sometimes, and the taxes are not terrifying. When you do get a cut, they get a cut of influence, you get a cut of something. You have to negotiate for that cut of how much taxes you actually pay, but it always depends, right? But yeah, I would say it's still supposed to be 50-50, unless you sign up for government ownership, basically. The government actually owns you. And everyone runs away from taxes anyways. And it's almost like a purpose of government to actually scare people. So it's like, yeah, that's acceptable. Okay, I'm not too shy to accept that, but you can't completely accept the government, and you cannot completely deconspire government. And if you do both of those things wrongly and separately, potentially it is pretty harmful, and it is pretty much empowering the government. Congratulations, guys. You couldn't fucking figure it out. You have to accept things, because otherwise it's like, well, what kind of change are you capable of actually making? Right? You need to figure out what it is first. You have to identify. And what does it mean to deconspire? Because now it's almost like a deconstruction as well, right? It's like, how much responsibility can I take for myself? How much power can I take for myself again? How much can I defend myself from the government? How much government cares? That's the kind of questions you're just asking to deconspire, in case the government does not, want to attack you. You can just put them in their place where they wouldn't want to attack you ever, and you don't have to worry about it anymore. That's deconspire, because the conspiracy is always about how to hustle you into believing that the government needs you, basically. That's the propaganda that they run all the time. There's almost no escape. They can come up with almost anything. It's the craziest thing. Now that I compiled everything, like, I wouldn't trust government jack shit. I wouldn't trust nothing right now. It's just authority figures that you're so disconnected from. You're not capable of talking to them. You're not capable of actually interacting with them. They're probably scared shitless of people who just talk. So it's just absolutely amazing. It's a sign that there's a lot to deconspire until you deconstruct what the government is actually doing, what the government is actually capable of, And what the government wants to avoid is you just construct all this thing to grab power and just, you're gonna be okay. Right? It's just a big bully. But maybe the bully does not want to hurt all of the people. And so you have to find that perfect balance, in a way. For me, I'm not finding perfect balance because I'm not being challenged by the people, I'm being challenged by myself. And the perfect balance is certainly not being banned on YouTube, but I will never be banned on YouTube because I'll never be popular on YouTube. Or maybe I will. Who knows? I'm not being challenged, so I'll say never. I'll just say never. I'll be prepared, but I'll say never. Then this is kind of what I hate, but maybe I should, like it a little bit more. But what is the biggest problem that I hate? Well, I hate being not free. I hate that I'm being dragged by the government right now into the hospital just because I was there. And, government immediately figures out of like, well, you're not taking your medication, you must be like super duper evil person or something. Or uncontrollable person. Or like, who the fuck knows what you can define. And it's the most painful thing you can label a person. It's like, you can't control no one. I'm just born here. Thank you. If you want to control me, the best thing to do is kill me. That's the best thing to do. But I don't know if that's fucking moral at all, right? Or the best thing to do is remind yourself that I'm not actually leaving home and doing anything. I'm having no impact to society. That also is a good reminder. But instead the government, takes a different approach. The power approach of like, well, we can do whatever the fuck we want approach. Because we lazy fucks. And we don't have to actually investigate anything, or read anything, or do anything. Just decide that whatever happened must repeat. So in a way, the crazy thing happens, right? I wouldn't be able to repeat my offense, even if I wanted to. Because it's a unique case. And every unique case needs a unique investigation. And every unique investigation has to come with a unique conclusion and unique identity on me that has nothing to do with, what happened in the past. You don't have to fucking follow up what happened in the past, but people give a fuck for some reason, as if they can identify people, whatever they want to do, whatever they want to make mistakes of. I allow that. Fuck it. I don't give a fuck. I'm now just a spectator of how shitty the world is, but it's actually pretty fun being a spectator, You do have to accept death, which is pretty fun too, but, while I still live, I sit back and I spectate. You lazy? I'm lazy. I've learned from you to be lazy. That's the most virtuous thing to do. It makes me feel good, so it must be good, Because you're not saying anything either. You're lazy, I'm lazy. I'm saying things to myself. Maybe I'm a little bit smarter. Maybe not. Maybe you'll win. I don't know. Maybe you'll start feeling insecure, and I'll be like, I've been talking for hours. You will never catch up to me. So you can shut up. Don't even try. And at some point, they're just gonna put a smile in my face, trying to do things that I've already mastered. That is the worst thing. Seeing someone just struggle to be a fucking baby. Oh my god, you know how to be a baby, don't worry about me. Be your fucking baby. Nobody's gonna take care of you, but be a baby. Good luck. Because you're a grown man. Well, you want to be a baby again. Okay. Good luck. Take care of yourself. That's the whole challenge, You're mature. You want to be a baby. You want to be loved. Take care. Aww. What a sad story ending. Oh man. If only I would cave a fucking flying fuck, About what people who I disrespect want from me, like, no. But that's what would happen eventually, of like, oh, this guy actually has value, and we shouldn't just destroy him, because it actually hurts every part of me seeing this person. Everything hurts, basically. You know, he touches every button. Oh my god, he learned psychology somehow. He knows every trick in the book. Oh no, where do you got that? Where you got that thing? Well, you were lazy. And offensive. That's a very nasty package. You're going to be unlearning things, I would say. You're going to be expecting and hoping that people are actually weak and wouldn't be able to resist. But what happens if a person actually resists? All of a sudden, your expectations are in a fucking puddle. You know, that's the puddle is your expectations. You don't have feelings or thoughts. None of that's left. You know, it's all looted by yourself. It's like, well, I don't need that. I don't need to take care of myself. What if you became a baby one day and you thought, oh, I need to learn this new thing? You know, because back in the day, you picked up a job and you learned it like a baby, like a big fucking baby. Let's fucking go, man. I will grow myself and establish myself, and I fucking learn. But the moment people get jobs, they fucking die. And it's like, what the fuck is the point of having a job if you just die having a job? You know, the entire humanity that you have accumulated within yourself by having a job just died within you. Like, what's the point of that? I want to know. So there's going to be so many things to explore, but the most important thing is just physically preparing myself. Because physical preparation is just as kind of important. There's not much I can do in terms of my body physically, but I do have to prepare just the things that I will need to take to be insured. Like, I'll take a ton of 4 pens at least, fucking 3 notebooks, as I'll be fucking wasting those pens, dude. I'll be wasting it on paper. There's no escape, basically. Pen and paper is like my mightiest weapon ever. Against boredom. Against people, however, I'll just talk to them. You know, and their heads will explode. There's no escape. You know, and if everything goes bad, you know, I'll just start speaking English to myself. Because that's the best thing ever, as well. They can call me crazy as fuck, but it's like resistance does not require rest. It requires consent, right? That's what resistance needs. So if they feel like, oh, we have to kill this guy slowly, I'll find a way to die fast. Don't worry about it. Okay, but in a way, maybe there's a turnaround. Who knows? It's just the question of, like, what does the authority want? Because they can hold incredible power, or they can remain lazy. Who the fuck knows right now? I can't manipulate that. You know? I can't just splash them with boredom over and over again until they just give up and be like, oh, this person is completely boring, just like everyone else. That's boring to me too, dude. I don't want to hurt myself to be able to escape. 10% chance to escape. That's pretty cool. Because I will be harmed, too, with boredom and everything. I will be harmed. So I will be trying to escape like a fucking Indiana Jones from a rolling boulder of boredom. It's actually that damaging. It can fucking completely obliterate you. So just a reminder. Boredom might just be one of the most damaging things out there. I'm just saying. You might want to be on a loop at least, doing something, but it generates things, and it's doing a genuine work. Like the moment I discover the greatest notebook of all time, which is Discord, I'm here writing things. I'm pretty much in a hospital environment anyway, so nothing will actually change, which is fine. You know, that means I know how to survive that fucking situation. But the fact that this situation crawled its way up here to the 5th floor, you know, all the way up here, just crawled in here and tried to crawl out and just got hurt. Oh my god. It must mean that I'm a monster. You know, so much effort. It's just the weirdest part about this is I'm sitting in my home. A person comes uninvited and being kind of hostile. So I can probably make that person leave by any means necessary. Even if they try and hurt themselves. Because that's what it takes, really. Is just to try and resist and hurt yourself, basically. You should know it as a person one thing, and it's like if someone wants you to leave, you have to leave. Because you're gonna leave one way or the other, you know? The government shouldn't be like one of those entities that you need to call up and give away all your powers just to make someone leave. No, you call them secretly if you want someone to leave. Because you don't know if they're going to be hostile. If you cannot handle that person, you don't want to let them know that they're supposed to be leaving, right? They're supposed to kindly reject you, but they also have potentially big muscles and they're scary, basically. So you call up police on that. And it's just not so fucking that easy, okay, to call police anymore. Calling in general is not easy. Having a phone is not easy for that fucking sense, you know? Because you have to keep plugging a couple of euros every, like, fucking 4 months or something before it gets fucking weird. Plugging a couple of euros, yeah, but it's just a couple of euros. It's just a small little responsibility. No big deal. You can keep your phone number that way. Why? Yeah, but I hate unreasonable things. When unreasonable things happen to me, I'm just, okay, I'll sit back and spectate. How are other people handling things? Because I can't have a phone like that. That's not cool. Having a phone number is not cool. Having a phone number that can be hijacked is not cool either. And hacked, you know. Might as well, you yourself personally just learn how to hack a fucking phone number. And what you can do with that. Because you can do fucking crazy shit, potentially. But, like, PayPal requires it. A lot of things are requiring a phone number. Just as an identification. That's cool. That's bad enough. There's so many requirements that I don't think people actually know how to identify each other anymore. You know, like, what's the fucking point? You're supposed to identify yourself as much as you want, as much security as you want to have. Not the other way around. It's like, you build your own person. And you pick up tools, whatever is possible. And whatever tools are actually decent to use. And yes, I mean, like, sure, maybe I'm pretty faulty for not learning how to be the phone guy and call people up. But maybe I just didn't have a good experience calling people up in the first place. Maybe that's a terrible experience on my book. And yes, just sending them a message and being like, oh, well, I hope they fucking seen it. That's pretty cool. But the coolest thing, actually, is that messages do get easily recorded. And there's no escape. And there's plenty of time to reply and everything. And it's like, police not actually responding to messages? That sounds like a weird kind of person to me. You know? That sounds like a very weird person. As you cannot send a message to police. Like, you wouldn't make sense out of that right now. Unless it's some actual bullshit right now going on. You wouldn't be able to make up your mind on this one. So, the police is putting you on the spot, as if you're a criminal all of a sudden. As if you need to do all the job for them. You know, all this crazy stuff. potentially you have to fucking act police yourself and learn how to fucking deter people. And if something really terrible happens, you can call. You can still call from a non-SIM card. You can still do the adrenaline rush thing of like, well, I'm gonna do the thing that I hate the most of doing. I guess you deserve it. You know, the situation is so bad that I guess you deserve it. The 911 call. But it's like, how many times in life will you ever fucking need to do that either? For me personally, probably never. Because I'm just here sitting back and like, let's discuss these issues because I feel uncomfortable with these issues. I want to know. I feel like I'm a smart person and I deserve answers to almost everything that I'm concerned about. That's just how it works, basically. And yes, there are always answers. And yes, sometimes I might ask emotionally weak questions. So this could be one of those emotionally weak questions and someone just point out, well, just have a fucking phone number, basically. And but how do I wrap my head around it? What do I have to feel? Right? If you have authority and you say, just have a fucking phone number because this and that, you're still being reasonable despite you pushing your reasons onto me. But right now, because I'm talking to the void, I can have as many insecurities as I fucking want right now and as many questions as I want. So, essentially, yeah, we have a paradox. The phone guy paradox. Who's the phone guy? This is the meme. It's my personal meme, by the way. Who's the phone guy? Who's gonna call police? Which one is gonna do it? You know, if I am in good terms and I'm being educated of like, or I educate police or identify myself as something, I have special tools to be able to send a message of what's going on and why it's going on. My mom, however, is capable of calling police countless of times and they always respond, and it's like the kindest thing ever. You know, she's probably emotionally equipped to call police when a fucking pancake burns. You know, that's when. Now she stopped doing it. She stopped being paranoid. That's pretty cool, but at the same time, it's weird why she did it in the first place. Why all this emotional training, right? Why to be in this state of paranoia. Ridiculous paranoia. As if you're trying to fucking convey a message to police that only you understand. That sort of thing. Because I don't understand my mom jack shit until now when she stops doing weird shit, but it doesn't quite stop. And just fucking mentally so draining to be in this box. And not being able to solve almost anything. That's the crazy thing, you know. I'm a smart person. I don't have a drive to go out there and do things that other people are doing. That means whatever you guys doing doesn't sound smart to me. Doesn't sound empowering to me. It just seems like you're doing your thing. Your thingy, your power trip, basically. Just like I can do a power trip with my programming. I can just get myself in there and pretend that I'm delivering something that you guys need. And then promote myself as a person who actually made something. It's very difficult to actually achieve that, but it would give me a power trip. It always gives me a power trip. And people kind of potentially just go for it. But this, what I'm doing, this is not a power trip because it's so easy to resist. You know, it makes me insecure and everything. Probably shouldn't make me insecure. It's so easy to resist because, you know, like, you just don't listen to me. You just don't listen to my points. I guess that's cool, right? Just take me out of context, just jump around. Cool. Not give me jack shit of attention or jack shit of just decency. And that's the end of my story. And maybe somehow I have to cope with that and figure out how to not deal with it that badly. It's the stupidest thing, man. So yeah, I'll prepare that. Pen and pencil. I mean, paper and pencil. Pen and paper. Jesus Christ. That's the thing that I need to survive. As I've said, this is the notebook. I'm using it. I'm surviving. I can pretty much do the same thing. I can't necessarily dive as deep as I'm doing here. Obviously, the internet is kind of on my piggyback ride. But at the same time, I will be solving some big mysteries regardless. And, collecting things, compiling things, there's no escape from that, right? I've done verbally a lot of work, and I should be able to do that mentally as well. And just explore and just spend my time wisely and extend my time, because I'm going to be running away from boredom very likely, rather than actually doing a lot of things, because again, being detached from the computer is like the worst thing. And yeah, if some random fucking thing happens, by any means, I would try and grab my phone and call police right away. Because, well, deal with it. Let me tell you guys a story or something. But now I don't feel adequate anymore. I don't feel like I can respect these fucking idiots anymore. I don't feel like I know how to contact them anymore. It doesn't matter if I can call someone. It doesn't matter, because I don't feel accepted as a member of society in a way. Right? That's the weird part. That's the real paradox. Sure, I can call someone I don't respect at all. Sure, I can just deliver the most craziest story ever, which happens to be reality, and, now I'm in the mercy of these people. Which is totally fine if it's, super duper crazy again, and, that's my only chance of, survival somehow. Even though at the same, well, yeah. Because that's what you have to give up, right? You have to give up the ability to defend yourself physically. Because you don't want to fucking get yourself dirty. That's one of those things. But, what kind of fucking sign language do I have to talk so they figure out that my emergency is fucking real, that I'm a smart person, all that shit? How do I earn respect to have a proper phone call? Right? Do I have to pay for it or something? Do I have to put my money on the line or something so they come faster? Well, what do I have to do? That's the biggest paradox, that everyone deals with. You don't just call police. You need to put them to work. And if they don't respond to your command, they're supposed to be fired. That's how the forces are supposed to work. The same goes for medics too. These are our forces that the government hijacked. And now they do whatever the fuck they want with it. This is how we're supposed to be able to do things. We're supposed to be able to respect our forces and interact with them every now and then, just for the sake of, would they respond type of thing. Oh no, it's a fake call. You can't do fake calls. Well, let's do a drill, dude. Let's figure it out. If I fucking respect you or not. If I can even call you or not. Because if I don't respect police, that's a big problem. We don't either have defense, and I have to rethink everything. I might want to move somewhere else. But we don't even have a society that deals with all these problems, right now? Why am I the only one fucking sober enough for long enough to be like, well, there might be very simple problems. We need simple solutions, and we need to, in fact, simplify solutions, right? That when we demand something, it actually happens, and we're not just bitching about something. We need to know how to forward our intentions and needs to the government, punching them in the face, because they fucking deserve it now. For being silent, deadly, and almighty. In the end, almighty. Everyone fucking agrees with the government, but nobody quite, interacts with the government. So it's like a very complicated, problem all of a sudden. We don't know what it is, but we have to respect it. It's almost like a fucking coronavirus. I don't know what it is, I have to respect it. Where it all comes from is the same thing over and over again. I don't know who you are, but you demand so much respect out of nowhere. Right? That's the bigger paradox. Unknown government needing respect. You don't know your government. You shouldn't fucking treat yourself as if you belong to the country because you're born into that country. No one belongs to the country. That would also be racism, by the way. You're just born into a country. You are a citizen all of a sudden of that country. Cool, yeah, sure. Because you have nowhere to go when you're born. You're a citizen of your parents. You're not a citizen of the country yet. You're a citizen of a little circle that you're stuck with. Okay? Little locations where you're stuck in living. Because you should be insecure living in remote locations in different countries. But once your security is broken down, that's when you can finally decide, when you can actually decide where to live. Then you've finally broken the bondages of just being stuck in your own country. You have never decided up to that point until you have full freedom to decide. You've never decided to actually accept a government, to care about a government that you live under. And you should never do that. You should never care about the government until you find full freedom to choose one. In other words, stop caring about something you can't choose. But that's the greatest trick shot of all time. Because the government is like, hey guys, just vote. We will change up the government just a little bit based on that head that you vote to put on the government. But potentially the government is so good at mind control that not only they have the name mind control, the governed mind, but they also can control the mind of a person in the greatest spotlight of all time. And they can show us basically how it's done and why we should just, submit. Of like, well, you have chosen me and the government has chosen... No, the idea is the government has to convince people that the choice that they have made was very important one. And so the more radical the president is, in a way, the more important that choice was, right? Because you wouldn't have elected this president all of a sudden if you just sway a little bit into the other direction. So the government actually wants more radical presidents too. They want exactly what the people want. The government wants exactly what the people want. But the moment the government gets into mind control the game, that's when things get really fucking awkward. Because your choice, the choice that you made, becomes negated because you have played into the same choice. It's almost like, do you want an apple or do you want an apple? Oh, I want this apple, this one on the right. the left and right all of a sudden becomes the greatest joke of all time. That we can actually feed into the greatest meme of all time. This is basically what voting looks like. Do you want the left triangle or the right triangle? They're pretty much the same triangle, but you can pick one. So I guess that's a lot of work, you know? A lot of work deciding, conspiring against each other, you know, disagreeing, making discussions that have nothing to do with anything, with your life, your personal life. It has to do with something. You know, how are you going to wake up every day and improve yourself, for example? You might want to think about that. Some people are doing it, of course. But some people are distracted by the choice. Most importantly, they're distracted by the fact, as I've said, like, stop caring about the things you can't choose. So you cannot choose the government, but you can choose what the government puts up front as their face. You know, you can choose the mask of the government. Does that mean you have chosen the government, or does that mean you have tricked yourself into thinking that that was a very critical choice? Well, let me debunk that real quick. No, putting a mask on the government is not a critical choice and will change nothing. Okay? Your choice pretty much have not changed. The only thing that changes, right, you go up to a car and you say that's a bicycle. You put a mask on the car. It's like, okay, but the car never changed. The way it works never changed. Nothing pretty much changes unless it literally has the ability to be a bicycle in a way that you want. It's like, man, that's a very tricky thing, right? Unless the government is really fucking godlike and can actually turn into something that you actually like and you actually interact with every day, and you feel like you have made an actual choice. You didn't just submit to it. You didn't just, oh, it's a trendy thing, let me participate. No, you're not supposed to participate in something. You're supposed to have control over it. You know, you can, let's say you participate in a test. That's participation. If you gain full access to the test results and people's opinion about you, basically you get everything that revolves around the test. Now you have control over something. That's pretty important. Pretty important distinction. Whether you participate, you're just submitting yourself, you're just giving away your effort as if you're running away from boredom, you know. But if you actually have control over something, you're anticipating to gain, an insight of who you are. That's a pretty big difference. And controlling an event is a big difference. Because, again, even if you just go out there to vote, you might want to get the results of how much your vote mattered, what it changed. It would never happen that way. Nobody would give a fuck about an individual voter like that. That's impossible. So what do you think happens in the end? What happens in the end, you haven't made a difference because the difference has to be made to you too, where it has to be literally delivered to you and explained what difference you have made. That's the control that you need to do. And again, people participate in things because they're bored. You bored? Tell me otherwise. The worst thing that the life gives is time to spend. yes, we always change and we improve and things kind of get weird, but the most terrifying feeling is the feeling of boredom, of like, whoa, this is getting loopy. So I'm gonna add a little bit, I'm gonna grow a little bit older, and a little bit taller, and a little bit fucking, you know, easier to hear, easier to stand out, and stronger, and all that shit. Slowly, you're morphing into something that you might not ever recognize. And that's potentially where your body dies. It looks into the mirror, and it's like, that's not me anymore. And you start dissociating yourself, basically being bored with yourself, the way you are. And there's no going back, basically. So you should be very careful. When I'm talking about boredom, I'm talking about the greatest evil of all time. Never seen before. Okay? When I'm talking about Jake Paul dabbing at someone, that's boredom. Boredom is literally the worst thing ever. I think we just forgot about it. And I literally need to repeat exactly the same thing. Boredom is one of the worst for sure now. We're clear about that. It could very much be potentially linked with death itself. Again, as I've said, you look at yourself and you're like, and every single time you say, you want to escape your body. And your body's like, well, okay, I'm gonna shrink powers, become older, and, guess you're ready to die. Now, your body is pretty much something you will never actually be able to understand. That one person that's constantly with you, but you might not want to talk to that person because it's like, that's you. That's the scariest person to talk to. I don't want to grow up. Are you fucking kidding me? We should all be panicked when we're left alone, talking to ourselves. It's like, what the fuck is going on? Do you even understand what coronavirus just did? You know, oh, it just made us realize that internet is very important. No, it set us back from actually doing things, you know, and reminded that the government is doing things instead of us, you know. It's a good reminder. Maybe some people will wake up now. Maybe I have a tool now in my disposal, you know, to start a fire, to talk about things, you know, to gather people around, not to start a fire and just burn businesses down or something. There's no violence in my heart, but there's definitely violence that I want to do in case I'm starting to die, you know. The death of me means that there's no control of me either. But it's like fucking the craziest thing. The declaration of the government that I'm pretty much dead and out of control. That is the weirdest fucking thing. That is the most offensive thing anyone could receive as a message. Believe me, I've sent messages like that. I've sent messages like that to people. And I knew when they reached that limit. And I know you know, I don't want to reach that limit myself. That's pretty fucking brutal. Yeah, if someone looks at my perspective and actually delivers something, but no one did. I walk through walls like it's fucking butter. They can feel offended, they can feel whatever they fucking want, but they have to say it to me so I can at least know what I'm fighting against, what kind of fucking demons, because, you know, the demons will shrink like comets, like meteors. Oh, I'm coming into your life. Oh no, I'm shrinking. Oh, I'm insignificant now. Well, fuck you, dude. You were trying so hard. You came up all the way. You have nothing to say, nothing to do, nothing to want, nothing to contribute. Congratulations, basically. You have been defeated. Because you kept these emotions within yourself, and you didn't know how to attack me, so that means I probably defended myself, and in the end, it means you should have respected me, because you're now defeated. But it's like, well, I don't have to respect you because, like, I have more power. Okay, live your life then. Good luck. Have fun living your life. It's not like we're different, you know? Like, we have the same problems over and over again. We could be helpful to each other, or we could be harmful to each other. Which is, like, the weirdest part when it actually happens. You know? The weirdest feeling when it actually happens. And people are harmful to each other. What? Okay, I'll call it event. Being. Is that good enough? Nope. Now, I wanted to, like, concentrate that it's about being. It's about a long-term situation that creates itself. That's the being. If someone put in a spot where it's just, let's generate hatred right now on this person. Let's decide. We have so much power, we can just decide things. You know, internet doesn't look like such a big deal anymore, but it's still a big deal as well. All the hatred on the internet, completely irrational and irrelevant. But the government is the one that really controls the finger pointing at someone. They can really fucking label. I hate the fact that I read their letter, but I have to be ready for what they're about to do. Just drags me clownsed. You know, just clown me with their awesome care. I mean, the last time it happened, again, I was tremendously bored. Might as well be killed in that sense. But I had hopes to actually escape. And I did. But now that it's being repeated, now, again, it's a different hospital. Who knows what the situation is? Because if it would be the same thing, it wouldn't be that fucking easy to convince me to not be on a murderous rampage eventually, right? Because if they repeat the same fucking bullshit that I had to deal with, and they're just so inadequate about it as well. But, you know, I just assume that the hospitals are gonna fucking copy and paste behavior. The only difference now is, like, every environment is a little bit different, and every environment is specialized towards certain people, right? And certain things happening, certain events people become ready for. So there's always a concentration of that. So, like, if I don't like you, I send you to the ranch, and the ranch is, like, really ready to deal with these people all of a sudden. Am I being sent to the ranch equivalent of that? Fuck you. That's definitely not the case, right? Because I would love to be sent to the ranch after talking to Dr. Phil for like a couple of hours. That's fucking fabulous. After being able to actually become famous too. Just the chance of fame would fucking blind the shit out of me. You know? What is possible? I don't know what's possible, so, you know, it's blinding. The possibilities are endless. Who knows? Until it actually exhausted themselves. And they become gross and stupid. But until then, I'll be fucking happy being famous. Yeah, that's cool. But, it was not the equivalent whatsoever. It's the equivalent of sending someone to hell after they haven't talked to you. You know, you do literally zero thing that Americans would respect from Dr. Phil, but, you know, you're the government, so you do zero things. that are respectable and maximize on everything that is disrespectful and doesn't actually necessarily work. Sending people to the ranch, does it work 100% of the time? Maybe not. But it's another recognition that potentially Dr. Phil figured out himself, and he explained it from his point of view, is the parents. The parents are our biggest addictions right now. It's the craziest thing. I even myself have an addiction to my parents. We have the greatest addiction ever. Our parents. Who would have thought, right? That is the weirdest shit you could have ever thought about. But here I am, saying, because what happens, the Cash Me Outside girl comes back to her fucking mom, and eventually, the same conflicts, the same kind of conversation throws her off and turns her into a shitty child. It's obvious. The influencers that you have around you are very important, which is why I'm trying to escape the greatest addiction. I'm just using it as like, oh yeah, mom, I'm totally addicted to you. Yeah, I'm totally spending time with you right now. Absolutely. I hope you feel the same way too as I speak through the wall. I hope you really fucking feel loved right now. No, I just have no choice. Since I have no choice, remember what? Stop caring, okay? Here's your fucking escape from your parents too, and it's probably gonna heal your life if you are, in fact, Cash Me Outside type of naughty, basically. Fucking stop! Potentially, this is where all fucking problems even come from. Overpopulation, bad parenting, the source of all evil. The World War Z, basically. Whatever fucking symbol you want to add on the World War, because it's not a regular one. It's a special one. It's a special one that we dedicate to bad parents who have just done too much. We have plenty of population. We don't have... Just, sit back. Someone else is going to make babies now. Clearly. That's the craziest thing. Just sit back. If you're stressed out, there's one thing you can certainly do is not make babies. It's the greatest thing of all time. The best way to relieve stress is to stop making babies. It's the greatest thing of all. And start making relationships. They're not related to babies. Okay? That's what's going to relieve you stress. But you do have to establish a relationship potentially, and you're probably going to get closer into being able to make a baby, but not actually doing it. That's the thing, right? That's what relieves stress is like, I own a gun, but I'm not actually shooting people with a gun. That's why people own guns, to defend themselves. Wow. So the same way you defend yourself by having a relationship, but not having a baby, that means you don't have to care about some fucking third party. You care about yourself until you relieve your fucking stress to the max. To the holy max. Because right now, clearly, we haven't relieved enough stress. We are definitely in a pandemic that is manufactured one way or the other. And we can escape that. One way or the other, we can also escape that. Let's look at Sweden deaths 2020. La la la. Death rate. Yep. Sweden. Oh, look. Nothing changed? Nothing changed for 2020? As of December 11th, oh my god, nothing really changed. 1 month. I guess it's half of the month plus, so what we need to do is take a 24th portion of this thing and add it on the list. Divide by 24 plus and then we get 93, which is, oh my god, no. That's the worst thing that ever happens. Oh yeah, so there is an escape from that. Whew, 93 is here. Right, so it did swung back from the previous year. But it's normal. Sweden is at normality. Maybe it's actually the maximum. Actually, it maxed out. But, you know, we're also reaching the baby boomer stage where people are, in fact, in trouble. I don't know. I don't want to speculate on this one. It is a... We did reach, even in Sweden, we did reach something peculiar. Right? But the most important thing, we obviously want to know, these are all the weeks, right? Alright. So all the weeks, they had their bump, basically. They had their bump, and it normalized. What's up? And now there's a bump here. Clearly stress related, and nothing actually pandemic, because otherwise you controlled it successfully. You haven't fucking done anything. It's the weirdest thing. Related. Let's look at Corona deaths or whatever. Oh no, they're spiking actually as well. Oh no. It's the weirdest thing how they now treat statistics all of a sudden. How do I click, man? Fuck your stupid shit, man. I can't click. I have to search. But it's so annoying. Just sit here and interact with a nothing, right? You can even look into the map, and the map is not real. Nothing is actually real from your perspective, because your perspective can only handle so much. The best thing that happened ever is the world has reorganized itself into the new perspective called YouTube. Okay? YouTube is amazing new perspective that we can actually share. You know, we can actually sit here, call a rewind time, just watch the people that make videos and evaluate them. That's what I did. I think it's very shareable and very relatable material. Because it's there on the internet. It's the most popular website. Where are you going to go? What else are you going to do? What I'm going to do is just going to watch more porn because I can't relate to people anymore. Okay? But maybe someone will fucking figure out. Maybe it's not RedTube, it's YouTube. Huh? Maybe that's the difference. Maybe someone will figure out. We can actually share this perspective. And spend more time with each other. Whoever you might be around me, or not around me, on the internet now. I don't know. But we have something. We can't trust maps, we can't trust data anymore. Because yes, I was expecting like nothing. That Sweden actually had a just clean dodge. I would love to see that. Clean dodge from this bullshit. I want to see who's fucking not suffering at all anymore. I want to know their history. Who's the one that just dodged everything? Because there has to be a government that figured it out. You know? All the time. I don't give a fuck. I cannot actually choose right now. Poland, maybe? Let's start there. They just engaged into this. They just jumped into it. As if they'd never really existed. Or never really understood English or anything. You know. What? Okay. What else can we check? I want to see a country that actually does not exist here. Okay, it did not jump on the trend when it's like the second wave. Bullshit. Is Brazil dodging anything? Because you might actually decide not to actually give statistics, right, to the governments who rule over this. Fucking lick all over those statistics, right? China probably doesn't give a fuck. You know, does not exist. We don't have statistics about China, which is like, wait, what? We don't have what now? The source? Statistics about the source? That's crazy. What are you talking about? That's pretty good. The weird thing about Brazil is like, it's doing ridiculous thing here. Where, you know, the ending, potentially America, no. USA, no, I'm there. What? United now? I have to say that? Okay, whatever. Well, they're doing kind of similar weird shit. The graph is weird, but we're even weirder. In Europe, we're probably just like establishing some fucking new world order or something. That's how it looks like. It's like, well, now we're spiking here for some reason. What about Iceland? How do they handle this? Statistic-wise, right? Iceland. Barely anything. So Iceland is fine. Total cases, we can see total cases, but like, fuck that shit. They're not dying from this. They don't give a fuck, basically. I don't care, man. That's the craziest thing. It's like, yeah, okay, and well, people are dying. How do we participate again? Why is there a spike in Spain like this? Did someone build a tower? Someone just realized, oh, we are coming back to second tier. Or we're just gonna kill 1,000 people and let's hope it's coronavirus, you know, just for the sake of statistics. That's impressive, isn't it? Just a spike out of nowhere. What the fuck is that? Just interesting statistics. I hope they, you know, talk to me. You know, they don't talk to me. They just present themselves. It's almost like a scientific dress, basically. Is this Laurel? Or that other word that I just don't hear because it's not pitched correctly. Whatever. Yanni. Yeah. Laura or Yanni. So similar. What else do we have? Just Germany and I leave. Germany and I leave. Da-da-da. Yeah, I mean, they do have spikes and everything, and the statistics are so fucking awkward all the time. But it looks like, you know, the US was hit basically throughout the year. Somehow, it's weird enough, right? That's weird enough. That Brazil has the same fucking deal going on as well. As if like China first. People from China move here first. And then the second wave kind of hits Europe. And then US anyways got hit by the second wave. Or just got, you know, heightened by this. What the fuck is happening? How do you make sense of any of this as well? It's like the best vaccine is death, okay? Just first think about my level of morality that I have to deal with life right now first. I don't give a fuck about a vaccine. Vaccinate all the fucking social people and people with families and shit. Whatever you fucking want to vaccinate, please go. Go ahead. I don't want to lose morality right now. I want to just have the ability to say no and just remain a normal person. How about that? How about that for a fucking function on the vaccine? You know, you can add more functions to your vaccine. I have no problems with that, you know. I'm not asking for cars to fly. I'm just asking for a vaccine to not just become a mosquito. Or it just comes anyways, you know. Mosquitoes must be laughing at us because we just invented them instead. They will fucking start attacking. I don't need more mosquitoes in the summer. Sorry, I have enough already. Okay, we don't have to help them basically attack us. Probably when I talked about ants attacking us, we already have plenty of attackers already. You know, blood-sucking mosquitoes. They found their way, basically. Literally the only thing that I found to be attacking humanity as bad as they do. Malaria. It's cold. Fucking crazy, right? But it is what it is, man. I'm scared more of mosquitoes than coronavirus. That's what's up, man. And again, we talked what the virus truly is. They haven't changed their symptoms. They're just too lazy to do that, sadly. For symptoms to show. I want more information on this, obviously. Then I can truly comment. Then I can truly play with your stupid mind. Because then I pick up statistics and I just come up with something completely different that you never thought was possible. But the reason why I'm capable of doing this is not because I'm stupid or I don't trust science. Yes, I don't trust science. But that's not the main point. The point is I can interpret data as something different because I have a well-established perspective that can actually translate things into a different perspective that still works. You know, it's not like I'm a fucking complete loser, complete lunatic. I don't know how to use an internet. I don't know how to read. You know, I'm not a lunatic. That's the most important part. And I'm sitting here for hours and hours building my perspective, which I'm supposed to have. I'm supposed to have a heartwarming perspective for myself. That's what helps people motivate themselves. It's like I have a lot of control over my life. I can wake up today. That's the reason to wake up. Is you have plenty of control. You are actually playing God with yourself. No matter what kind of body or what kind of consequences you're dealing with, what kind of fucking life you have being given. You're playing God. You're maximizing your control. It's all good. That means you have a perspective. You can translate things. If you're smart, obviously, you have taken care of that part. If you're just emotional, you have a different kind of perspective of how to moralize yourself easily. How to, you know, find food a little bit tastier today because the day was kind of rough. You know, you have different ways to actually manipulate your perspective. So for me, it's about reading what do statistics have to offer, what do scientists have to offer, and just shuffle their cards a little bit. And just, again, we define all of this as stress. Not much more than stress. So until I actually see the case, until I actually see a demon attacking me, a zombie attacking me, then I'm probably going to say a zombie apocalypse. But I'm not a doctor too, and I cannot participate into helping people besides wearing a mask. That's not helping people. What helps people is an actual interaction, not just withhold your interactions with people. That will definitely help. That's very anticlimactic, I would say. The way we participate to help is by not helping. Oh, we're surgical. masks. So we're like, what are we doing then? Surging? Are we fucking cutting people apart? What's going on? What's the fucking meaning of this? Because there has to be also a meaning to this. That would also make sense. No, but the most important part is like, well, we kind of need more help right now. We're kind of overflowing hospitals and everything. And like, cool. How do I help? How do I participate into this? Because that's the real thing, that I found the right perspective. Again, the perspective from the right comes saying, the medical workers are just doing TikTok videos. Oh no. I feel so disrespected and slapped in the face. You should be slapped in the face for not complaining that you're not a medic, that you're not in control, and you're not helping people. That's why you should be slapped in the face. And try and wake yourself up, Not complain, oh, these guys are not doing their work. No one is doing their work. I'm a programmer, I'm not doing my work right now. Why is that? I still define myself as I'm a YouTube CEO, I'm not doing my work right now. I could be maximizing myself, right? I could doing a lot better if people actually gave me motivations throughout the day. And I would be very much engaged in the business almost 24/7. The motivation means everything, right? And you can be helpful so many ways. But like that's it. Like you have to figure out how to participate. And again, participation is kind of shit in that sense. I just don't know a good word for it. Because controlling is still pretty bad. But you have to be able, yes, in order to truly help, you have to be able to control the environment so you get a job, right? But otherwise, you should be able to participate regardless, which is very important problem, as you can tell. Yet another problem on the list. The list is probably so extended right now, list of problems. I would love to research that in a hospital environment, right there in my bed, just listing, oh yeah, that's pretty cool, and doing it as slowly and painfully as possible, because then I might just dodge boredom, might just dodge it. Yes, I will have access to my phone and potentially even some of the internet. I might be able to keep up with it, what's going on. I would love to know that. And definitely it's a flu season too, so welcome to the winter 2020 and 2021. It's not going to be pretty. The winter is always going to replicate what we're scared of the most. That's what actually is going to happen, I think. That's the best way to describe demons, is what we're scared of the most. So whatever the narrative has been taken advantage of us, it's going to repeat itself over winter most definitely. And that's the weirdest thing. There's no escape now. Now more than ever before. Now when it's cold and moody, the things are very dark too. So at least at a higher level, higher to fucking hemisphere or whatever, we're the ones celebrating winter right now. We're the ones celebrating Christmas. Not much to celebrate, but it is what it is. It's nasty. So yeah, there should be, again, more ways to participate. If we were a part of society, we would just know how to participate. But we're just told not to do nothing. And that's very helpful. To do nothing. To just look like we're participating. In a way, that's participation, right? Wearing a mask. It's not participation because you have to wear a mask everywhere. That's not participation. Participation is, the choice. That's the choice, but you have taken the choice, like government always does. So there's no participation. What actually is just, identity crisis of an entire country. That's what happens. It's an identity crisis. It means I am sick, we need to wear masks now to defend ourselves. Whoops. So the real thing is, probably the most problematic thing is just like I'm doing to myself right now. I'm not adjusting sliders properly. We're not using artificial intelligence to know what behaviors are totally okay to do and what are actually helpful behaviors. So because we don't know what helpful behaviors are, we don't know how to help people. We don't know how to participate because we don't know what is helpful. If we cannot define what helpful is, we should just ignore every crisis, you know. Now, the most important key point, again, I did not suffer from the stupid virus thingy. And except my videos have suffered tremendously because I have to mention it over and over again. But maybe it's okay. Maybe I've learned something. But, again, I don't know what helpful is in this situation. Besides, I'm kind of learning right now. Because I know there always has been and still is a bigger crisis. This is just a smaller crisis in the much bigger crisis, and ongoing. It's just the government suppression. It never ends. It just showed its face. But it's probably there's something else going on. Maybe the government suppression is not exactly the best name. I call it governism because people like isms. And they say socialism and communism. But no one says governism. Which makes no fucking sense of like, being social is fine, so what is socialism? Being communal is fine, so what is communism? Why is it all of a sudden negative or attached to the government control? What is going on, right? I want things to make sense. That's the most important part that we have to hold on to. If things make sense, then they're helpful to themselves, right? That's the most important part, and I'm ending the video right now because the end of the rant pretty much might never happen anymore. This is the worst thing. And the best thing. New Year, baby. We need a New Year video, right? So I'll sit here, while I'm meditating, while I'm thinking, while I'm doing my notes and preparing myself to be in a hospital environment. I will prepare myself I'll meditate on, making a New Year's video to be like exactly awesome. The last New Year's video was, in fact, YouTube Battle Royale. It was kind of in between, last 5 days of the year into the new year. I was entering in the fucking 4s. But right now I kind of need a bullet. I kind of need something to maybe redirect myself if there's a good idea of what to do. But the best bullet that I currently have is obviously my engine, right? Like, Spawn engine could be pretty cool. If I figure out more optimizations, more things that I can add on, more switches to just find that perfect solution, perfect FPS, perfect way to ride the code down, just everything perfect. Once I clean everything up and we move forward with it, there's so much more things open up for me. It's just so cool. Obviously, anyone reasonable can figure out how to make me a game engine, and I would use it with a fucking smile, you know. Anyone can recreate AdventureCraft. I probably will like it. It's big time. But now it's, the boredom is taking its toll. And I'm not interacting with enough people to have motivation over this thing. Just because I gained some, feedback on my home chat. I get some feedback from the regulars, and I still kind of need it, to keep going. I still kind of need the feedback. It's the weirdest thing. We do need likes and dislikes, but like we need an actual connection. And because you know what you need, why would you let to be manipulated too by social media giants? You know, you're just gonna let them manipulate. You're gonna let people's fakeness manipulate you. That's ridiculous. But again, just remind yourself, a lot of people at tier 1, they're just going to remain empty and silly and not going to follow necessarily a purpose of any kind. They're just going to make themselves a harder life. There's a tier 1 person that's a happy person, and there's a tier 1 person that is happy being tier 1 person. You know, that's still a happy person because he's tier 1. So I'm assuming you're happy. You know, if you're unhappy, you should be trying to attack this number 1 and trying to move forward. But you're clearly happy. And I'm clearly unhappy because it fucking doesn't draw me properly. But a happy tier 1 person will potentially become tier 2 person. You know, this is, again, still happy. It's like, the only difference here is that this person has to do things on his own because he does not have a shareable emotion, something to connect with. He does not have the capacity to have friends anymore. But this guy is happy, so he has the capacity to have friends. And the longer you have no friends, you're actually tearing up. You know, if you're happy and you have no friends, that makes no fucking sense. You're tearing up, basically. That's the only explanation. You're becoming stronger, right? Because you still hold the smile and it still invites everyone. And it's like, well, you're kind of invited in my life. I don't mind too much. I do mind a little bit now. Now I'm scared of people. I'm still happy to see people, but now I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't know if I like seeing people in person anymore. You know, that smile is fading away and I will have to reinvent that smile. I'm tier 2 though. So, you know, just because I'm sad again, that's okay, right? That's the challenge, really. I never intended to become tier 3 yet. It's a completely different thing. And also, stop lagging. What the fuck is wrong with you? Ridiculous. I guess I've reached my, you know, gigabyte limits and all that shit. Everything. I've reached everything. The end of everything. The end of this video. So, yeah. When things make sense, they help themselves. Meaning, again, socialism, communism should be something that I can define very easily. I don't have to scratch my asshole to find a definition for that. Okay? And why governism doesn't exist. You know, doesn't government need an ism right now? Ism is the most popular bullshit ever. Is political tribe not dominating right now the narratives and everything for no fucking reason? You know, just let people talk to each other about whatever the fuck they want, and remind them that they don't have to feel offended for being weird. You know, like, that's pretty cool. Just be weird. And yes, you have to talk about serious things, not just cats and dogs. That's not real. That's just escapism. It's actually its own ism. Being escapism. That's left. That's the leftism. Whatever you come up with, escapism and leftism is pretty much the same thing. It's just the leftism that's trying not to be evil is trying to use the escapism. And the rightist, which is not trying to be evil, what is that? Because I don't think I'm not trying to be evil. I don't know who I am. I'm trying to do as much work as possible. So what would we define, and that's going to be the end statement, what would we define a leftist, a rightist, who's trying to use escapism? Or something similar to escapism. Okay, let's see here. So there are people who are offended and fucking searching for equalities and searching for rights by, you know, destructuring. Fuck your stupid auto draw. Are you kidding me? Why is it lagging so much? I can't fucking do this. Jesus Christ, I have to use this fucking garbage. Obviously, it's the fucking, the Firefox is pissing me off right now. But you just definitely need apps for all of these things. So I'll just actually waste time now and create this special little thing. I used GIMP to do Blackboard videos, so I kind of know what I'm dealing with, but it is what it is. I can at least draw a circle, and it's gonna serve me well. I probably need a paintbrush, it's a little bit smoother. Alright, so and we're kind of liking this, maybe, I don't want to deter myself too much from the way we used to do things, but I am offended now. I guess that's pretty crazy, right? That I use escapism? Using escapism means that you like, oh, I'm offended, I'm not gonna make this video anymore. That's what escapism is about just completely avoiding doing something, which is not recognizing that there is a value of boredom where you have to fight boredom all the time. Is the greatest Voldemort, basically, yeah. That's the magics. So you using escapism, that's terrible. Terrible news to you, because you're waste. You're a waste. You're just a waste as these guys who use attackism. Okay, offendism. Just taking themselves off. What is the right of doing? Again, undefining things. I would say it's the no, it's the one undefined, basically. You're undefining values that we hold valuable. You know, don't do that. And I still need a smaller paintbrush. 4 is 4 better. 3 is good. Obviously, I need a clear. So when I'm doing a clear, I need to have a gray, so it doesn't fucking shine in my face too much. So we have to find these guys. These guys doing escapism, meaning that they feel like it's okay to do nothing, right? It's completely okay to do nothing. Maybe my dad and my mom uses escapism, so maybe my dad is a good example. What is my dad doing? A lot of work? Is work good enough? Making money? Is this where job market is? Versus escapism? Versus doing drugs and shit? Because that sounds about right, dude. That sounds about right. Just do more work. Just do more actual work. Just slave more. Just earn more money or something. That sounds about right. That sounds right as fuck. You're not doing enough work. I can shame you for that, obviously. But I don't care, I'm just doing work. You know, I don't have to contribute to society. I'm working for myself. I'm a slave, and I'm proud of that. You know, because you're a slave, you're not a part of society. That's money, as you can see, it's about selling out the society. You know, it's sell out society. Ignore it. Go your way, and ignore that water exists, basically. That will take your money and turn it into something more valuable and meaningful. Or just, you know, you probably have a family. You might have created a pocket of society that you can contribute to as well. Just a little bit, not much. Just create life. If there's no big taxation happening where your family is, because otherwise, your family's pretty much screwed. If we would have to pay rent, it would be game over. Okay, I would be dead by now. So it's completely fine that right now my dad could contribute to my family, our family, but he doesn't want to. That's completely fine. That's also kind of escapism, but in a way that you use slavery instead of drugs. You can use any supplement of like whatever helps you do the work, whatever helps you keep mental slavery of yourself. Of like, well, I'm just gonna do this, or I'm just gonna be earning, I'm just gonna be more and more powerful that way. Whatever fucking keeps you going, buddy. But those are the ways, man. Those are the wicked ways to beat boredom. Very wicked ways. You see a problem and just go for it. In the wrong way. And again, these are all 4 elements, as you can tell. They have their own fucking ways to reappearing over and over again. But now I've trusted this system of 0 and 1 switches. 2 switches, basically. That's the system. I don't even have to define it as that. As the 0, 1, 0, 1 switches right there. 2 switches make up literally our entire reality. Fucking 2 switches. Amazing. Alright. So much going on. I do want to like de-stressify everything. I do want to see maybe the day is going to be so productive and so uplifting that it's going to actually provoke me to go into the rabbit hole of some kind and actually accept my faith. And once my faith is accepted, that means I will not need to resist. And when I don't resist, I go through the problem smoothly. Yes, I will not accept people's point of view, and whenever they're trying to fucking tell about me, talk about me, I will fight tooth and nail, dude. I have weapons of mass destruction as well. Again, simply because I have so much opinions about so many things, how can you dodge my bullets anymore? It's impossible. Yeah, I just felt like drawing an arrow. Don't worry about me. Just join my Discord, though. Come on. Alright, see you guys next year. No, actually next day, because I have to be ready. This is way too long. You can still dismiss this video as being like, it's another one of those rant videos. It is. It is. Unless I find some kind of perfect improvement again. And I keep trying to improve myself. But it's so much better with other people, because other people actually contribute. But when I'm improving myself, and I'll find happiness myself, I will find a way to become tier 3 person myself. That's the worst thing that can happen. There are also tier list. You can tell there is a tier list of the way you go from one tier to the other tier. Right? So as you break from tier 1 to tier 2, there's also a tier list for that. The way that you do it. So tier 4 is pretty much you're happy. And you broke it. And you're sad you broke it. And you're like, meh, you broke it. What? What happened? Oh wow, I'm hit with all this knowledge. And then you're like, what is that? I guess you don't have an emotion, you kind of just hide it. How about that? It's like, okay, I like this. I guess this would be the emotion. The shock would be nice, but this would be like a reactive emotion in a way. It's like, this one is I really want it, This one is I don't know. This would be nice. And this one is happy. A tier list of accepting your new tier. Very interesting. Well, that just simply means that you have very high hopes of just breaking through into the next tier, as well as if it's just your life. It's completely normal. That you are improving yourself because there's so much to improve, apparently. You know, it's just, you're taken aback of how much there is to improve. Very good. There's so many aspects. As you can tell, it just never ends. My wisdom never ends, and I work overtime and super time. Speed run the shit out of, not Minecraft, but understanding life. How's that for a fucking speed run? How's that for a dream? Here you go. And if Dream can get his subscribers up to 10 million in 1 year, anyone can do it. You know? Even YouTube CEO, you know? Fuck you, Dream. That's the end of the video. That's how it ends, with a fucking star right there. Try to decode that. So of course I hate a person who has my personality but is gonna stay in tier 1 and be like, look at me, I'm a competitive Minecraft player. That's okay. I guess that's pretty impressive. I would love to have those skills. You bet I could be Dream. I could have been Dream, basically. I could have been that thing. And maybe the Dream is the Dream, you know? I could have had the Dream. It's the greatest meme of all time. But it is what it is. I'm not a competitive person. So I don't give a fuck. And in a way, like, looking back, it's just the cringiest thing ever. You know, trying to make friends while being competitive. That's fucking disgusting. And at the same time, it's a long-term tier 1 tier 1ology, right? It's like you set yourself back because you are actually fighting your friends or something. You're being competitive. That's terrifying. But in tier 2, you first have to reach it first, and maybe you want to set yourself back, but maybe you shouldn't. You know, you still have to question that thing. For me, I'm just beginning, so like, I don't know. The crossroads have not been reached. And usually you reach the crossroads when you can become famous, right? So you grab fame immediately. That's what happens usually. It's like, oh, I can grab fame, I can do it? Okay. Okay, I'll take it. The same way I could have, you know, grinded the shit out of myself just to grab fame, and I actually kind of did with AdventureCraft. I would have taken it back. But guess when it happened? When I was 18 years old. I grabbed AdventureCraft immediately. It's like, yeah, fame is what I want. That's what defines you as a fucking normal person. If you see something good and you grab it immediately when it's possible, right? When you feel it's possible, you just grab it. Now, fame is actually hard for me to grab because I grabbed it, you know. It's like, well, why am I not capable of grabbing it again? Was it just completely random? If I grabbed it once, that means I have a skill, right? No? Am I wrong about everything? You know, should I feel bad about myself? Is my ability to spend time just completely worthless right now? How do you do it? Does anyone teach those things either? Am I just fucking wasting time? Where? Find out in the next episode. Every single time I hit a star, I feel like I did something. But that's the question, is like, is it memorable enough? I think it is. The biggest, most powerful things is obviously like the tier list, and the way I solve one problem immediately sticks out as eternal. Also, fuck you. Why am I not capable of deleting everything? What the fuck is wrong? Hey! Hello? What happened? Why delete button doesn't work anymore? Oh, come on! Why do I have to do this? Oh, look at you. How fancy. disgusting, man. Almost everything requires your control. Full control of everything. Just so it doesn't bother you anymore. You know, you have to have full control. It's amazing. Taking pictures and having high resolution pictures in the end, that doesn't take rocket science at all. But everything else probably does. Probably that's what rocket science is. It's just taking control over things that are just not yours. That's the worst rocket science thing. And again, let's put it down. Things that are not yours is rocket science. Because that shit propels you forward. Now you have control over that thing. You can put effort into it, and it's gonna, spit out the result that you need. Where if I press Control A, select everything, and I delete it, oh, this time it worked. Congratulations to me. Oh, I was holding control this whole time. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I was holding control, of course. You just press delete. Why did I felt like I need to hold control delete? Wow. The more you learn, the more points you have to make. Well, this is definitely in the middle. It's debatable now. Because for some reason I have a habit to hold control. I want to control things, dude. Yeah, but I hold control and delete. And it doesn't actually work. Holding control right now, delete doesn't work. Now it works. Is this normal? No. No, it's not normal. Why did I freaking hold the control? So maybe I just question myself now. Instead of, attacking and trying to take control over something. Because that shit is rocket science. I don't need more rocket science in my life. I think I had enough, but everyone has to take a portion of responsibilities to be able to contribute to society something. But the worst thing is, I've done the part. Where's the society thing? Does this exist? I have to question myself. Is questioning myself okay? Do I go to a hospital for questioning myself? No? No. Just the fact that I talk to myself does not make a big difference, but the fact that, I might be harmful, that's the biggest difference that it makes, When I might be unstable, might be, like 0.001% chance. And the craziest thing is, I have met science. The science pretty much declares you mentally unstable and dangerous and all those things very quickly and very easily. They don't give a fuck. Okay? When it comes to coronavirus, nobody gives a fuck. No one. Who would fucking give a fuck? So they're just gonna declare things. Of course. It's the same thing. So I've met science personally now. They have said bad things about me. Now I have reasons to fucking ignore it. I hope you will one day too. Or at least resist, when people disrespect you and call you mentally ill or something. Then you might wake up very quickly. Anyways, that's what it takes. It takes a 4-hour video to actually express myself, apparently. Okay, whatever. I feel offended by myself now, because I sat here for way too long than I intended to. Sorry about that. Yeah, but almost every factor is outrageous. It's not offensive, it's outrageous. If it was offensive, I had a way to deal with it. I had a way to interact with it. It's outrageous. There's nothing I can do, It has to actually find its own stupidity before I can even interact with it. Things are not offensive at all. They are outrageous. I can't do anything. I don't feel like I have any sort of input. Besides of like, maybe this is a preparation process. Maybe there's a lot more growth to do. After all, tier 2 is just a huge thing. And I have to prove to myself, yeah, I have tons of things to do. So I don't have to worry about it too much. But the time that I am aware right now, in the bottom of the barrel, it looks like the experience is going to be pretty bleak. I hope it's going to change my mind. I hope I will look back into this video, even just sit down right now and just look back, and maybe I made a lot of mistakes. That would be amazing. Just sit back, meditate. We'll see what happens, right? So again, good luck me simulating hospital experience for a day. And just thinking about that, because I need to prepare myself. At any point, they will drag me out and just put me in that fucking different box. I don't think it's going to change my life that much. I don't think they're going to take away my freedom completely. It's like, you know, and I don't think I will not be able to resist, more or less, of what's going to happen next, you know. They can't just hide away everything and hide behind a wall of power. Like, if you truly have power, just start killing people, dude. Don't make people suffer, because in the end, like, is that how things work? You know, people just born in and out, and if you make them suffer, it's a part of your reality. It's something that you kind of care about, more or less, because it happens, right? You have to establish how people suffer, or like, you know, it's just weird. It's in your brain. You know what happens. You can't just erase it either. You're not that stupid. People are not stupid enough to erase other people's suffering. You just can't do it. But that's the weirdest thing. That's the exploration I'm about to embark on by someone else forcing me to. So that's cool. I can do it. I hate that I only have one perspective that I can trust, which is me. That's also the scariest thing as well. It's not like everyone is like willing to participate in my happiness in a way, right? That means I might have a scary perspective, or something is not right, something does not work, or I'm ahead of them. Who knows what's going on? There's so many questions when you're left alone. The battle is huge. So I do need the luck. I do need a good year next year. It's gonna be completely different again. I'll try to be more narcissistic than ever before, because that's the only way out. To know how the fire operates. It burns things, okay? I will burn your eyes out. I'll burn myself out a little bit. As a narcissist, you know, whatever I'm doing, I will believe in it. That's the most narcissistic thing ever. You know, I will actually believe in myself. This craziest thing. Everyone will hate me for that. And that's good. I like hatred. I invite hatred. If I actually reach that level of narcissism, where I'm in other people's faces, if that's even possible, wow. I have reached a wonderful level in my life. That's what I needed this whole time. So I will always look into every interaction as an opportunity, but also like the greatest challenge of all time as well. Because those opportunities don't come without a cost of insanity as well. Everything is outrageous, so, you know, every opportunity is just as outrageous, pretty much. Yes, so hospital experience I call it as an opportunity. Essentially, I can in fact make friends. I can in fact look into a different world. And because I have to look at it in quite a long term, I know the extent of the year. I know how long It can be, and I know people actually suffer most of the time because they choose to. They don't actually have good ways to escape their suffering. They're just losers, right? Because normally you find something to do anyways. You're capable of normalizing yourself regardless of what happens, right? But at the same time, you should always not accept what happens, right? So the hospital environment is the most weirdest thing ever. You 50% have to attack everyone, and you also have to fight boredom as best as you can. Almost everything is interesting all of a sudden. So that kind of includes the attack portion. Is still interesting, but it's just something you have to do to defend yourself and to prove that you're better off just being at home and being respected than being disrespected as a criminal, right? Like, this is the weirdest thing. And the system is so stupid because it's not flexible, you know? System which is not flexible is the stupidest and most destructive force. Now, because life itself is flexible, so if you create a system that is not flexible, you're not reflecting life anymore. You're probably reflecting only death. Death is not quite... Even death is flexible, for fuck's sake. Because death comes in many ways and shapes, just like life is. But the reason why death is flexible is a reflection of life. But if the system is not even reflecting life or death, it's reflecting the not flexible death, because the not flexible life. What is it? What does it fucking mean? Animalistic life, a life that you give to your pets, basically. Not flexible, because they cannot choose when to do things. They're just full of hopes and dreams. That's what pets are. They're full of hopes and dreams. They hope that everything will go right, and they will please their master, because they're now in captivity, right? It's just the weirdest thing. For me, like, just watching pets is a terrifying experience, because, like, sometimes you might not have a purpose for those pets besides them being there as almost like an educational tool of what it means to have a pet. It's just, there's so many deep things to think about. Maybe I've just entered. Maybe I just opened the door and just infinity of questions. And this would have been the infinity rant video. But obviously I still have to accumulate questions and then sit down and do it. But now realizing how many of them I actually have, maybe it is time to sit back and just appreciate that I'm actually employed here and I'm most passionate here. And I'm not playing some kind of stupid game. I'm fully in control. This is my notebook. This is fully me. I'm fully finishing this story 2020, by the way, as well. This is going to be ending soon. So I need a good ending, too. And this is just this 4-hour clip, as abnormal as it is, as unplanned as it is, it does show, like, exactly what I want to show. That I have feelings, basically. And I need to express those feelings even faster than ever before. What is gonna be that special way? Because, yeah, I like making music, potentially. I would like to. That would be very expressive and very quick hit, basically, in the face. But is it an actual escape? That's something to think about as well. So there's tons of things to think about. So I want to just sit back and take an entire day off to do just that. To simulate this weird experience that I have to turn into a helpful experience for myself, into a liberating experience. Because otherwise, I might be crushed. It's the only way to fight back is be prepared. That's the one, man. Fight back and survive. Preparation, covers your ability to fight back and survive. Meaning that when you're put into the hospital, you're going to be treated unfairly 100% of the time. 100%. No one is prepared for that shit. But one thing you can do is take it all in. It's like be super sober. For me, it was a month. And they're trying to bring me back to that experience in some different location. Who knows, man? It's the weirdest thing. It's the weirdest. They don't have a purpose. They don't have a permit from gods themselves, basically, from reality itself. The only thing they have is just establishment of power. Letting boredom take over their fucking minds and dreams and everything. It's like, so essentially, I'm higher level than them. I will be filling their emptiness, and most importantly, the most important thing of all, and this is what enables me to enter a new thing and leave you guys with a special message here, right here. The best thing is love. Something people want from you. You know, love can be defined as many things. Usually it's the easiest thing you can get, right? So potentially sexuality related, but normally it's just like a nice little conversation, like just spend time together, just have nice feelings. That's like the easiest exchange you can make. The easiest exchange you can make that is truly positive, that's love. Because the most important thing about love is like you can actually generate it for yourself and you can actually have it and then share it with other people. And people would actually be attracted to that. And the best thing to do when you do have love is to recognize that and tease other people. That's the most hurtful thing you can do. Okay? The most destructive weapon ever is teasing with love. Because then people have to actually give up and be like, oh yeah, life is pretty good when you're not torturing other people. Oh yeah, well, that's pretty cool, right? And you actually receive a little bit of love, you know? Just toss it on the ground and just, oh, I found a little pet. Pet's doctor. Oh, a pet's nurse. Very nice. Go poop in that corner right now. I'll get back to you later. You know, that's probably what's going to happen in the end. Believe me, it's going to be the weirdest life experience I ever seen. Just turn a fucking human being into a pet. That's literally what's going to happen. It's the most magical moment ever. I guess that works. You needed love, so you turned yourself into a pet. Whoops. Because people always need it. It's just something people always need. Because there's always bad things that are happening around us that we need an escape from, but potentially we don't know how to do it. We're not too secure about ourselves. And, love. That's why there is coronavirus, and it's almost an inescapable thing right now. You know, it could be a paradoxical thing, it could be a conspiratorial thing. Who cares? Love can actually help you escape, so you might want to have it, and that's why people are always attracted, because people are always experiencing some kind of crisis, one way or the other. And it's just the most attractive thing ever. Just being able to solve your problems. Feel a certain way, think a certain way. That's love. The most amazing exchange, the most amazing advices. The life-changing interaction with people. That's what's actually helpful. And you know it's helpful. You know, that one thing you know it's helpful. So did we actually share more love? This season, now that the crisis is kind of obvious, you know, did we share more love? Well, I did. Good luck, guys, because I think only I did. think that's just me. I think the season crippled YouTubers like crazy. It crippled YouTube as well. The YouTube Rewind disappeared. So technically, love never really existed for these people. I guess. Because they would just give more of that. Or they just, had that resource flowing from somewhere else. From the higher ups or something. Who knows? After all, the political tribe is strong, and it's definitely not tier 1, okay? Politics must be something else. So there's a lot to discover, dude. That's the feeling that I want to give back as the end of the video, right now. The feeling that the work that I'm gonna be doing is gonna be a rant video that's probably 10 hours long, because now I'm just ranting with myself for sure. I don't feel like I'm spending time with anyone. I actually spending time to solve a problem with myself. Like really questioning myself. So those are the moments when I'm truly sitting down and like pulling fucking nails out just to figure out how the code is gonna work. Okay, this is the moment of where I'm actually working and not just saying, look at this is 550 if I change, it's the slow motion actually work. But at the same time, I'm kind of dragging myself through a lot of phases as well. Like an emotional drag race. Who knows what this even is? It's even hard to define what a rant video this whole time was all about. But now, actually, there's one thing that I do remind myself. It's no longer rant videos. This is a definition that I picked up from somewhere else. And I kind of contribute that to Smosh. They made a questionable video about vloggers and then made a comment about rant videos. So I'm like, I can relate to that, and I'm relating to that so hard. But right now, I want to call this proof of work. Very simple. Just sit down, do your work. Don't stream your work, because it's going to strain you quite a bit. You have to be able to sleep whenever you want. You have to do whatever you want whenever you want. And keep it as a video, right? Because if you stream it, you can't really pause the stream necessarily. The stream is still on. The video is still accumulating. There's probably some problems that you're going to have doing streaming like that. You can't just jump in and out whenever you feel like it. Yes, you can probably pause things, but like, whatever, right? You have to also keep things entertaining, so you have to jump in and out just to make sure everything is entertaining. You're prepared, all that shit. You never know. You can't control certain factors, but you can control what you do, but it doesn't mean that you're going to be working while streaming either. So the whole thing, and it's not like the proof of work is actually, hardened when you're interacting with people, because you can get distracted very easily as well. The proof of work is just sitting alone and actually figuring things out. Spending time alone is enough of a proof of work by itself, I would say. And this is definitely not a rant video. It's just everything is so outrageous that I sucked in another negative reference, I would say. It's proof of work. I have to constantly one-up myself and change everything for the better at this point. It's like, fuck it. I can't define anything negatively anymore, whatever I'm doing, because I don't feel that way, right? It's not like I'm happy. That's not a thing, okay? Now I don't like people that much. I don't want them to be close to me, because they freak me out now. People just freak me out, actually. Because my expectations are never met. That's the worst part about it. Let's see what Anisian says about love. Yeah, this is one of those, man, moments. Because he has a comment about love, 1 minute video, that's cool. I guess he has reached my love, congratulations.
Hey guys.
That's as far as he can go. Talking about a thing. Oh, if you walk around the appearance thingy, of course. You can see as a person as beautiful and shit, but you have to find their personality too. He wouldn't even say that. The way that I say it is fucking smart. The way Onision says it, sounds to me is like, well, I made a bunch of appearance videos where I criticize people's appearance, but that wasn't love. That was just lust for me to make YouTube videos. That's what it speaks to me. That's what Onision fucking says. It's like, well, I had lust to make YouTube videos. What about you? Exposed himself pretty much. Because, yeah, the biggest mistake is like interact with your fans more. Good luck. Get to know them first. Because right now the fan appearance is a comment, is a positive comment. Most notably, right? A positive comment. That's the scariest one. I don't like responding to positive comments. I do pick them up and it's like, well, it's positive, I guess. I take it. Because if you respond and you acknowledge that you actually care either way, it's like, well, I don't care. That's not what I need. I need your personality, right? I need to. It's much more positive experience that way. If you unleash your interests of what you care about, what you're looking forward to, that's way more positive than just like, good work, dude. Yeah, okay. I guess you're bored. I guess you're useless to me, though. I guess you're just a dude. Despite is positive or negative, it's just basic. You're just a basic bitch, right? When you figure out that personality, that's trash. You would want to go back and be like, negate that shit. Oh yeah, I just lust you. That's fine. Lusting a person is completely fine if they have a shitty personality. But be careful when you lust for like a celebrity or something bigger than yourself. That shit's scary. Okay? That shit's scary. Now, even some people who actually look pretty can actually intimidate me with their prettiness. But they just know they don't have the personality for it. And the weirdest thing on Tinder is the weirdest thing, by the way. The girls who have shitty looks, basically, their personalities are okay, and they feel just confident enough to actually hit me up and match me up and everything. But when you dig into their personality as well, you kind of shit, it's like, well, you can talk to me and everything, you respond and everything, but you trash yourself or you just shit all over, right? You're unrelatable by any means. So it's like, what the fuck is going on, right? I thought, you had more confidence matching up, but obviously it's just, that's the thing, that's what happens in tier 1. People don't give a fuck about their personalities whatsoever. They care about the wall, or how to present themselves, because a bunch of people keep bouncing off their wall, and it's like the touchiest experience ever, Anyone touches you, anyone looks at you funny, that's it, dude. That's what people are aiming for. So, Anicia never really talked about love. It's just like, how do you know if you're in love? And I guess Anicia should. I guess that's a trick question, isn't it? That's the greatest trick question of all time. To ask someone if, Because you're asking advice for a person who has never been in love, pretty much. And who has literally just exposed themselves of just making lustful videos. And the reality check was kind of meh, Just, meh. You're just trying to keep up with YouTube, huh? Have nothing better to do than chase CEO work? You want to get employed, Nicion? Maybe you shouldn't have banned me, Now we're just gonna make fun of you for no reason. I don't know. unbanning me is not going to do anything. You actually have to give me the experience, deliver me the experience of, as if I was never banned. Was just I just quit, because you decided, well, you're just gonna hand me over things that I cared about in the first place. That sort of settlement. If that happens, yeah, sure, Anision can be my second tier buddy down the line. Where I'm tier 2 being CEO, he can be CEO of, you know, trashing people for their appearance or something. I don't know. You can do that. It's just a very terrible CEO. And CEO is, at this point, is like, you know what it means, right? The highest authority. We know how it works. You claim authority simply by, you know who you are. That's how you claim authority. You know who you are. You know what you're doing. You will feel more and more pressure. If people put pressure on you, you will break. This is a very natural thing, the authority is. No matter how cool you are, that's not what authority is. The authority is your ability to handle society, right? Societal needs. It's a force that your personality cannot handle. Because now I think there's a very interesting transcendent thing that we can do. There's a person's personality, there's the person's wall, and there's the person's skill set. And the skill set is what matters in order to become a CEO of something. Alright? Skill set. Yes, your personality can contribute quite a bit, but a skill set is a much bigger beast because it's beyond your personality. Okay? Your personality. So you can pretend that you have a skill set, right, to become something, a CEO of something. But if you want to be a CEO of something general, right, something that every person should be able to do, right, and acquire that skill set, but you did it, and you did it better than anyone else, that is pure determination. That is beyond your personality again. So it is a little bit beyond my personality, just sitting there and just watch YouTube videos. But it's just something I had to do, not because I'm bored, because I'm fighting against boredom. Because I just have to do things. I'm sober and I have no way to punch myself in the face and pretend that, oh, now I have defeated boredom for 10 minutes more because I've harmed myself. Now I'll just feel pain and meditate on that. Meditate on pain. So even that's scary, right? It sounds clearly wrong. You don't just meditate out of pain. You try to do anything else so it actually outweighs the problem, right? Not to create a bigger problem either. The best way to escape a problem is to replace it with something that works. It doesn't have to be an exact solution, it just has to be something that works. And if I put S, oh, it works. Okay, that's fine. Anyways, the rant might never end. It might never end. I just might not be able to actually cut it apart and continue it on properly. So maybe that's the biggest problem that I can fix and work on it. Where I can just sit here and be like, oh, I can just continue to rant. If I ever feel bored, I just come back and there's all these problems and I get back up to speed maybe. I want to, feel like I can just do things and it liberates me, right? I just do things. But right now I feel uncomfortable, just not doing progress on my engine feels uncomfortable. But what things can I just let go? I can't let go of anything. I have to have things under control because it might be the things that people need. I never know what things might people need. So just follow my needs first, obviously. But in the end, those needs are important. So I just don't know how to prioritize those needs right now. it does feel like, rant videos are super cool, but they also have a downside of me not doing anything in the end. And you cannot solve every problem ever either. So what's up with that, right? Or maybe I can. Maybe I just pretend to be a narcissist. It is a skill after all. It's not a personality that I need, right? So that's the greatest thing. I actually just found another thing that transcends me further. Personality is not the thing that I should be concerned about. And again, we have tier 0, tier 1, tier 2. Tier 2 is your skill set. So who knows what other 2 things we might have to be able to adopt. And this wall right here is just whatever. Whatever you want. It's just randomly generated bullshit. It's your appearance. Your appearance is completely randomly generated. You should just give up on trying to change what the wall looks like and how it operates. You should give up. Because you cannot put makeup on your face every day. That is the most biggest bullshit you can strain yourself to do. To actually create a personality plus thing, You have a personality but you just hide it with a wall. No, the wall is something that naturally hides your personality, not because it just tries to naturally protect you in a way and naturally make things more interesting, perhaps. Who knows? It's a questionable thing, of course. But it's not something you can actually improve, I would say. It's just something you have to let go. The tier 0 things, you gotta let go. Let them operate on themselves. Because some people are consumed with that shit. Consumed with appearance. They turn into bubbles, empty little bubbles. They burst and they pretty much die in front of your eyes. It's like, wow, you didn't even exist. You don't even have any influence on me. That's incredible. That's how scary that could be, Because despite how much effort you put into the wall, if your wall is broken and there's nothing behind the wall, you potentially were just artificial intelligence, right? You never really existed. And people just will easily forget about you and think of you as exactly that, as fake and unimportant. That's how scary it can be, Potentially people can destroy themselves. But now, I still don't have exact ways of how it's done, so I don't have to care about it, actually. How do you do it? Yeah, putting too much effort on your daily routines, pretty bad. Hoping that people will perceive you differently because you did certain things, pretty bad. Okay, focusing on that is pretty bad now. It's pretty obvious now. Why? Because again, it's just too random. You can't actually, you have to always adapt to what happens. It goes through. You have the ability to observe this filter, right? You just don't have the freedom to switch anything, okay? You just have to wake up and every single day you have to decide what are you going to do this day. Yes, if you prepared yourself, that's fine, but you prepared yourself for war. That's not a good deal. You still have to look into your list and be like, am I really prepared for this? Do I really feel like it's a good thing to do? You still have to decide to adopt this thing that you prepared days ago. So basically, that's a big fucking question mark right there. How do you maximize this acceptance of tier 0? Because there's a lot of shit that goes through in you. You feel like you need to block that. You need to twist that. You need to twist your perceptions of the way the world works. But the world does not want to be manipulated, actually. It's the scariest thing. You have the freedom to do it, but you shouldn't do it. The only freedom that you truly have is to make mistakes. That's the greatest freedom of all time, but you shouldn't make mistakes if you know clearly what it is. So, That's, I think, what it is. Just touching this thing is a mistake. You must let go as much as possible. That's what allows you to grow and gain time in the first place. And otherwise, you become a slave to your needs to change other people's perceptions, other people's randomly generated things that they throw at you and all that shit. That's pretty scary and time consuming. Anyways, that's about it. Or about never ending it. There's always never ending puzzles to solve. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody concerns themselves to find me. I feel like the greatest hide and seeker of all time in plain sight. I hope you're proud of yourselves, because the story continues. I can't do anything about it myself, you know. It's what we learned. How we learned to interact with YouTube is what's happening. So I'm not changing anything, you know. I'm not trying to. That's why it's fucking wasting my time as well, you know. Trying to change and manipulate random factors is a waste of time. Really big one, okay? Don't try to do that. You can try and make that mistake once or twice and see what happens, because most of the time you might discover a piece of the wall you didn't thought that was a piece of the wall. I don't know. Maybe there's tiny bit of mistakes you can do that are actually productive, but everything else is a no-go zone, right? Maybe all you have to do as a daily routine is walk around the wall, and that's it. That's it. What does that mean? You define for yourself. Just waking up is hard enough. Just dreaming is hard enough. So maybe you walked around the fucking wall automatically, as a part of life, as a part of what enables life automatically. Maybe you're automated to do it, and you have no control over it, and you just have to accept it. You just have to, you know, love it for what it is. Love every second of that automation, because that could still be very nice clues of how life works, what you're automated to do. That's crazy. The craziest things that that's what it takes. It takes stamina to go 3 hours deep. You know, that's what it takes. That's the only time when the proof of work truly works, when I just go 3 hours straight deep. The same goes for programming. If I go deep, I achieve something. If I don't go deep, if I'm scared, I'm not gonna achieve anything. That's the whole fucking difference, isn't it? So I'll leave it there. I think I finally leave it. See you guys next time, baby. Oh my god. It's the craziest thing.